2021 regular school board meeting for the district, for District 200. And so tonight is our first night being sort of quasi in person. We are streaming and we still have email available for public comments, but we are also on site in the building. So in-person meetings are beginning tonight, and we're starting tonight in the boardroom, and then we're going straight to closed session for anyone from the public. And then at 7:30, we're going to move to the auditorium for anyone who wants to come and attend in person. We are allowing a limited number of community members based upon the size of how many people we can safely have in the room. Face masks are required. We also have somebody who's taking temperatures downstairs, but you are welcome to come virtually to the meeting or in person at the district. So, Gail, if you wouldn't mind calling the roll. Oh, it's 6:35 p.m.
Mr. Kowski.
Here.
Mr. Barron.
Here.
Mr. Martieri.
Here.
Dr. Moore.
Here.
And I'm here. All right, so I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointments, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district, the legal counsel for the district, and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. The litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular district has been filed and is pending for a court or administrative tribunal. Or when the district finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding should be recorded and entered into the closed meeting minutes, and collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Do we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Barron.
Yes.
Mr. Isley.
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes.
Dr. Moore.
Yes.
And Mr. Martieri.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
And a second.
Yes. Okay, so for board members who are on Zoom, if you wouldn't mind going to the closed session link, which should be in your email.
So make sure you're muted on your device. Question. Are we going to do closed session? Hugo, go ahead and put up the slide for closed session.
Okay.
And I will be back on in the auditorium.
Sounds good.
Claudia, are you able to hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Hey, Gina, you teaching at Roosevelt this semester?
Yes, Ralph, I am.
Great. What are you teaching?
I'm teaching middle school theory and practice, basically.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's quite wonderful.
I love the university. I just do.
I have to say, I do too.
Yeah, it's a great place. I'm so glad you're there too. You fit in so well with their, the university's philosophy and mission, right?
I mean, it's all social justice all day, every day. I get to talk about all the things I love all the time.
All day, every day.
All day in the day gig, all night in my night classes. When I'm here, like, I mean, really, I'm living the life over here.
Yeah, I always flip out the kids that take my master's class on fiscal policy and public budgets when the first 3 or 4 classes are devoted to philosophy of social justice and how you organize society. We don't talk about one, budgetary item. They're like, oh man, Professor Martiri, this is a really weird way to teach a budget.
It's part of everything, right? What a foundation.
If you don't understand your values, you can't allocate resources among public priorities that are scarce but all needed, right?
Just so you guys know, you're on the mic in the auditorium.
Okay.
We're cool with that. Thank you. We're cool with that. We're loving and Zoomers aspect of this. Okay, well, anyway, I am, because now this is officially like hybrid. We are officially hybrid. Some of us are at home Zooming in, we're roomers, and some of us are Zoomers, right? Like, so I'm loving it. Like, this is fabulous.
Yeah. Can you see anything, Gina?
No, well, now I see you all moving around a table. Looks like somebody's going to be sitting down at a table soon. I can see that.
That's me.
Okay, yeah.
I hope you can see my coffee cup. I have a Keurig machine right next to my desk, and I just made a fresh cup. I want you all to know that.
I can see you, Craig, moving all the hand sanitizer and wipes around. So after I get my second vaccination, I'll be happy to have all of that. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't planning on it. I didn't. I'm expecting the meeting to not be so long.
Not sure why you're expecting that, Craig. Was that Craig that said that?
That's what I said.
Yeah, so here's the thing about the roomers and the Zoomers is that I can't, the challenge is I can't tell who's speaking necessarily. So, because you all have masks on too. So there's a little bit of a disconnect with that for those of you that are in the room, for me being in the Zoom.
Yeah, test. Oh, so we don't have the boxes on in this Zoom, do we?
No, we have this much.
We have public comment.
Chris?
Yes.
There's a setting in Zoom that tells you based on who's talking, the box turns yellow.
In Zoom, yeah, so that if you've got, we can switch to gallery view rather than have the spotlight. Let's see if that's.
Test. I was thinking that would help.
Yes. Yes. I am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear Sarah now.
Yeah, is that better?
Sort of.
Okay, I'll just have water, let me know if it's okay.
That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who's been so patient as we are running late with this point, but we are virtual and in person, so we got some things that will be great. Now it is time for public comments. Gail, do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes. Can you hear me?
So public comment is 3 minutes long, and it's not a conversation with the board, although we will respond to questions raised in public comment within 1 to 2 weeks, provided we have the person's email. I don't see any members of the public who are presently here. Is that accurate? Is there anyone present who wants to make public comment? Okay. And I assume we have some via email, but Gail will know.
Okay, do you hear me? Okay, good. So this is from Amanda Massey. It's more than discouraging that you have put 38 educational classrooms on hold in Project 1 due to cost overruns. We put aside $20 million in a separate account for future search. You have approximately 90 million sitting in reserves. Why wouldn't you? It looks like by adding these 38 classrooms to Project 2, the athletic facility improvements, you will then be able to rename Project 2 as an educational facility improvement project. This will not be true, and it is not the least bit transparent. One has to wonder if this wasn't the plan all along. Spending the approximately $3 million on educational classroom renovations that you said you would do when Project 1 was approved. Cost overruns are normal on any project, and cash reserves are there for that purpose. Do the right thing, renovate the remaining classrooms. Do what you have previously said has been lacking. Act to build trust with our community and don't penalize the children who deserve an education. Taxpayers have a right to hold you to your word. Renovate the classroom. This is from Julianne Nervy. Good evening, board members, District 200 administration and staff. I write this public comment to you regarding the proposal that the World Language Department plans to present regarding the tracking and freshman curriculum at this evening's meeting. I have had the opportunity to review the presentation slides and have many questions. However, I have participated in previous community forums related to freshman tracking and familiar with what the board administration has presented in the past to support a change in curriculum in order to meet equity goals. My biracial family has been part of the Oak workforce communities for 16 years. We finally have a high schooler, hooray, a sophomore, who is having many positive learning experiences. I write this after just having listened to Ibram X. Kennedy's live speaking engagement this evening through the University of Rochester. My sophomore was elated to listen with me and raved about his current English teacher who had introduced Dr. Kennedy's work and the important racial justice through the English curriculum. How wonderful to incorporate racial injustice in this manner. Racial injustices which have occurred in only the last few years. The last year is beyond dreams, tragic and heartbreaking. There is no doubt that working to stop racial inequities must be a priority everywhere. However, the thrust of resolving racial inequities in the terms proposed should not be the foundation of a high school curriculum. I personally dedicate my time to early childhood education, as that is where I see the real point of preventing and decreasing equity gaps. Our community focus has to be much, much earlier. At OPRF, there are only 4 years to get every student prepared to take the next step in life. I do not want my current 7th grade to be your experiment. As a substitute teacher and knowledgeable in differentiated learning, I believe you are imposing a curriculum effort on teachers in order to achieve a socio-political goal. I asked your administration in previous forums, how can teachers serve the needs for all high school level differentiated learners in one classroom? There was no clear answer, just that they need to work on that. My answer is you can't. You can have a classroom of one racial group, and there will be different levels of ambition and learning. Each learning level will lose out. In high school, it's important to start meeting the various intellectual levels and curiosities in a way that can catapult each of them to their next higher level of learning. After listening to many of my peers in both Oak Park and River Forest, I learned the presentations are skewed, not transparent, and statistical evidence for detracting and tampering. I have been saddened in the last week to talk to many peers who are disgruntled with the current board and direction. The apathy is concerning, and many are looking at other options as there is no confidence by many in the current proposed changes. The community is too wonderful and endearing to lose what we currently have. We need to create a win-win outcome here. You all come with incredible backgrounds and skills, so I implore you to delve further to do so. We are all here because we want the best for our children and their education. That is your role, education, not politics. We want to prepare our children for professional and life success and give them the tools and resources they need to get to their next level. I probably speak for so many who are afraid to speak up, but saying they will be fine is just not good enough. The board has an ethical responsibility to serve all students and represent all interests in the district. Please consider these points as you continue pursuing how equity can be achieved and excellence.
So Gail, apparently we're having some audio issues with an echo. So I wonder if we can work on that before you start your next letter and maybe jump to the teacher recognition.
Sure.
Is that okay? Chris seems to be on it. So, and for the board members who are virtual, is there an echo when I speak as well, or just Gail?
There's a little one when you speak, Sarah. There was a really significant one when Gail was speaking. For my.
Okay, all right, so let's do that then. We'll do the recognition, and then we'll come back hopefully with an improved audio situation. So we started doing this, I don't know, a while ago, maybe a year ago, and or more than that, and the virtual we dropped off, but we're back. So today we're very happy to recognize our employee recognition winners. All our employees are winners, but this is a special recognition tonight. February in 2 categories. We have a teacher of the month and an employee of the month. So first, we would like to congratulate Bridget Doherty. She was elected as the teacher of the month, and here are some narratives that were submitted with her nomination. Art teacher Bridget Doherty has completely reinvented the wheel-throwing curriculum to accommodate remote learning, which is pretty amazing. This is an entirely hands-on and messy class, usually conducted in an art studio with lots of equipment. She's worked tirelessly to supply her students with hundreds of pounds of clay, as well as tabletop wheels to use at home on a rotating basis. She's processing, glazing, and firing the work from the students through an intricate and time-consuming process of drop-off and pickup. Ms. Doherty also is a sponsor of Wheel Throwing Club and has successfully been making bowls with her students so that they can still host the annual Empty Bowls fundraiser for charities that serve the hungry and homeless. She's been at school almost every day, balancing virtual teaching, clay processing, packing of supplies, sorting, and firing film all at the same time. She is amazing, and she's only a third-year teacher. We have a certificate that will be delivered to Ms. Doherty. I think we're probably showing that on our Zoom. Yep, there we go. Slide. So congratulations to Bridget. Is she live or is she? No? Okay, so she's not here to make a comment, or
she's remote. She's on Zoom.
She's remote. Okay, great. She could speak remote. So Bridget, congrats. Thank you so much for your work for our students and for our districts. Do you want to say a few things?
I just wanted to say thank you for this recognition, and I wanted to invite you guys all to our Empty Bowls event, which is Friday, March 5th. And we have a website, so we're going to be selling bowls on our website, and it goes live at 6 p.m. So I wanted you guys to all check out what our kids have been doing and working really hard on all semester. But thank you for this recognition as well.
Yeah, that sounds truly like amazing work that you're doing, and a lot of it. So thank you. All right, great. So we have another we have kind of an audience here for him, which is fantastic. So we would like to send a congratulations to our February employee of the month, who is Charlie Smith. And here is what the people who submitted his nomination had to say about him. Charlie has been a great employee for 19 years. He's always willing to step up and go the extra mile. Particularly since the pandemic, he has stepped up to do whatever is needed without being asked. While furloughs were in effect, he did multiple routes per day, and he's helped the department with several projects to get the school ready for staffing his return. Charlie always says, "What can I do to help?" We can always be counted on to do whatever is needed and to do a great job. He truly exemplifies those things that are best. So we should have a certificate for Charlie as well. And Charlie, congratulations. Do you want to say a few words?
Not really.
You don't have to, no pressure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations, well deserved. I think we do have somebody who's going to speak on behalf of Charlie's awards. Is there someone who wants to make some comments? Thanks. We have a mic right here.
Would you come down to the mic?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Higgins. I'm the head custodian here at the high school. I want to thank you for the opportunity to recognize Charlie Smith. He is truly not one of a kind, because we have many Charlie Smiths in our department, but his hard work is recognized and I think appreciated every single day. And I do appreciate all of you recognizing and giving him the opportunity for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so we will be getting your certificate to you. I don't know if you have it now if you're mailing it, but it was already given. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Charlie. And thanks to everyone who came to cheer him on.
Thank you. We gotta go back to work.
Right. We wish you could stay. All right. Back to the public comments. How are we doing with that? You want to try, Daniel?
Am I good? Testing.
Ralph, is it better?
You sound better, Sarah.
Should I be connected? I thought it was that. Testing. Is that better?
Who you started there? Julie and Mary. And then the next one.
Next one is from
Mike's very slow. Maybe I do.
Well, we should be using the mics on the stand.
Okay.
That's what gets it across the best.
Okay. This is from Fred Arkin. At the recent Halloween report on bid packages is unintelligible, and tonight's report reverts to the former shell game format. Please provide the public with summaries of Project 1, capital improvements, and health and safety elements are comprehensive, organized, and transparent. The Imagine Work Group was founded after the failed November 26th referendum. The group completed a 16-month study, which was need-based research, student-focused through an equity lens. In November 2018, the group reported the findings to the board for a long-term facilities plan that would accommodate current and future programming needs and supported equity. On December 20th, 2018, the board had voted unanimously to go forward with the RFP for Imagine Project One at an estimated cost of $32.6 million. In March 2019, FGM was selected by the board as the architect of record on the project after the board was assured they could bring the project in on budget and that FGM had a reputation for bringing projects in at or below budget. This project had very specific elements that had been vetted through the Imagine process. Many of these elements superseded identified urgent needs because they were student-focused and equity-driven. Over the past 18 months, the Imagine process has been usurped and ignored. Changes to Project One and capital maintenance plans are being offered with no research, no needs analysis, no view through an equity lens, and not holistically as was offered by Imagine. As a result, some 38 of the original 76 classrooms scheduled for renovation in the original Imagine project One have been postponed, and the project is still over budget by at least 20%. Make no mistake, the Project One budget has not been cut, and any reduction in costs due to savings in the bid process is not coming in under budget. Items of opportunity should not be considered until all of the originally approved elements are included and the project is within budget. The Imagine plan calls for spaces where students can gather, collaborate, study, and socialize safely and comfortably, and would be open for extended hours before and after the typical school day. The driving force of Project One, the Student Resource Center, is such a space. The Imagine plan also directed to have those collaborative spaces in the commons area as well. The plan calls for the commons area to be expanded beyond the current student center in subsequent projects. The original Project One did not include a balcony extension. This is an element of opportunity that first showed up in the FGM design somewhere in the late 2019 or early 2020. Please stop this piecemeal, undisciplined execution of facilities planning and fulfill the original mission of the Imagine to provide a based student-centered approach filtered through an equity lens for facilities management.
Is that done?
Pardon?
Is that, we're at time, so it just,
Yeah, we're
thank you. Are there any other?
Yes. This is from Judith Alexander. I urge you to prioritize education, the high school core mission. I am voting in favor of renovating the remaining 38 classrooms in Project One. It is my understanding that you put them on hold due to cost overruns. I appreciate your concern regarding these overruns, but the 90 million in your cash reserves you have. But with 90 million in your cash reserves, you have the money for the classroom renovations now. The reserves include 20 million earmarked for Project Two, which will fund an oversized swimming pool housed in a 600-seat natatorium. The community has communicated that it does not want such a pool. Making it part of a larger plan and putting it in its second does not and will not change our opposition. The fact that the high school is still using the existing pools makes it clear that their replacement was never the great emergency you claimed before the referendum. Replace them with a pool of standard high school size, and renovate the Richmond Commons Pool for competitions. Use the money you save on classrooms and other education. Monica Sheehan. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment on two issues tonight. First, I request that the board prioritize academic facility improvements and renovate all of the classrooms listed as alternatives in agenda item 10.1. They represent 50% of the classrooms in Project One. Renovating the 38 classrooms, which will cost $2.65 million. According to the 5-year financial projection released in October, D200 has more than $90 million sitting in its cash reserve, with $20 million set aside for future facility improvements in Project Two, which includes the 37-year by 25-yard swimming pool housed in a 600-seat natatorium. There's no rational reason to delay the renovation of these classrooms, as this public high school has money in its cash reserve, and the cost of these academic facility improvements will only increase as its construction costs rise 3 to 4% annually. Second, in the news recently, Naperville District 300 or 203 announced that it experienced an unexpected budget surplus due to the pandemic. As such, District 203 is in the process of returning $10 million to the taxpayers. Did District 200 experience a budget surplus due to the pandemic? If yes, what is the amount of the surplus, and will the district return this money to taxpayers? In accordance with board policy, I request an email response to these questions within 2 weeks. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Our next item is assessments.
Yes, we had 4 FOIA requests and their results.
Thank you. The next item is our presentation from our Student Council Board Liaison, Ms. Maeve McAndrews. Maeve?
Hi. Well, obviously, I'm Maeve McAndrews. I'm the Student Council Board Rep, and I'm just excited to be here tonight and share information about the students' reactions to hybrid learning and basically what Student Council is currently in the process of planning for the rest of the school year. Just as a brief recap from the last meeting I spoke at, Student Council did have their virtual baking night. There were about 30 students and staff in attendance, and everyone reported back to us that they really enjoyed the event, and it was a fun to learn how to make this new pastry and just do something different while at home. Although we had hoped for a larger turnout, Student Council was still very pleased with the students in attendance and how it went. The feedback is all very positive, and students would like more opportunities like this. We are hoping to host another baking or maybe a cooking class in the coming months. Student Council is currently in the works of thinking about possible ideas for Charity Month in April. We're kind of working through how this will play out in a hybrid learning setting, and I will just continue to keep you updated in the coming meetings as we collaborate as a club and come up with some ideas. In recent meetings, Student Council has been discussing students' reactions to hybrid learning. We have received actually a ton of positive feedback about the change of pace and being able to see other students and teachers in person. Students appreciate the flexibility of being allowed to stay a part of hybrid learning even if they don't come in on their hybrid day. However, there have been some students who are confused about the calls sent home for when they do not attend in person on their hybrid learning day. The phone call is pretty long and confusing, causing many parents to believe their child just didn't show up for school and that they're going to be marked absent. So Student Council is wondering if there's any way for an email clarifying the meaning of these calls to be sent out to families, or maybe changing the automated message just a little bit to say that the students were still in class on Zoom or, Google Meet, but they won't be marked absent. Additionally, some students are wondering if there's a possibility of attending more hybrid classes. Students have noticed some small classroom sizes and wanted to know if more in-person attendance would ever be possible. And students have also shared with us that there is a bit of a disconnect between the students and some of the monitors in their classes. Students would really appreciate an introduction or some sort of involvement in the class coming from the monitors. And then lastly, students have reported that the speakers in some of the classrooms do not work as well as others. It's sometimes hard to hear students in the classroom in person or teachers speaking from the classroom. And we totally recognize that all this is new technology and, everybody's still learning how to work this, but I just wanted to make sure that the board is aware of this. So thank you for giving me this time to speak on behalf of Student Council.
Thank you, Maeve, and we will follow up on many of the items that you've given us.
Yeah, and it's especially helpful to hear the student perspective. So thank you very much for bringing those issues to our attention.
Now for the superintendent's announcement. I am happy to report that we have fully and successfully launched our hybrid learning plan. During the week of February 1st, we held rotations for freshmen only to help them get acclimated to the building. On Monday, February 8th, we launched cohort rotations for all grades. And I can tell you personally, it has been wonderful to see our students in the building again. We've had a lot of informal feedback the students have appreciated being able to at least have a small community. Currently, we are working our way through the second round of rotations. During the first round, an average of 78% of the students who opted into on-site classes have actually attended in person. That's about 380 students per day. After we complete the second rotation of cohorts, this may answer your question. We'll look at the attendance data again, and as you may recall, from social distancing requirements, our overall capacity is about 525 students. However, we've heard from families as well as our students that some families who originally selected to be remote only have expressed an interest in switching to hybrid. Administration is discussing options of how we might be able to enable more students to attend on site. With regard to our saliva screening program, it is going extremely well. From February 1st through February 22nd, the Safeguard Lab tested a total of 4,419 saliva samples from students and employees. Our school community seems to be doing a great job with following our published precautions, because just 2 of those samples have come back as positive between February 1st and February 22nd. To see results from each batch of our samples, you can visit our COVID-19 dashboard on our website. The dashboard also includes a chart with the current numbers of on-site students and employees who are quarantining because they have been diagnosed with either COVID, have symptoms of COVID, or have been in close contact with someone who tested positive. In the athletic arena, winter sports are back into action. Based on state capacity limits, we are able to have a very limited number of spectators at selected home competitions. We are contacting families of varsity athletes to offer them spots to see the senior parents to have a chance to see their child compete before leaving high school. And finally, I really want to take an opportunity to thank the Oak Park Department of Public Health for its collaboration to get our employees vaccinated. On the past 2 Saturdays, the health department hosted clinics in the field house for employees of District 200 as well as District 97 to receive their first doses of the vaccine. We had enough appointment slots to vaccinate any D200 employees who wanted the vaccine, including subs, fracture monitors, and the daycare staff. On March 6th and March 13th, we will repeat the clinic for our employees to receive their second dose. Coordinating the clinic was a huge undertaking by both our staff, our volunteers, and by all accounts, they ran very, very smoothly. I want to especially thank our nurses, campus safety, BSG, human resources, and all the other clerical support personnel who helped to make our clinic a huge success. That concludes the superintendent's announcement.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have consent items next. Is there anything that people want to pull?
8.07, please.
Anything else? All right, I move that we approve the following consent items. 8.01, open and closed minutes of December 17th, 2020, and January 25th, 28th, and February 11th of 2021. Personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfers, and resignations. 8.03, approval of check disbursements and financial resolutions. 8.04, presentation of monthly financial reports. 8.05, presentation of monthly treasurer's report. 8.06, Northern Illinois Independent Purchasing Cooperative rollovers. And 8.08, approval of network purchasing quotes under E-rate FY 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Deb, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Isaac?
Yes.
Mr. Marchiri?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kresge?
Yes.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
And Ms. Biden?
Yes. All right, now we have 8.07. So I move that we award Alliance Insurance Services as the broker for the property casualty and workers' comp insurance for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024 at a flat annual fee of $37,500 with an option to renew for a fourth and fifth year. Is there a second? All right. Let's go.
Right. But you want to ask questions, or-
Sure.
Okay, so my question is this. I just want clarification. Alliant, when we met, stated that there was coverage that had protection from COVID. And does that mean active coverage, including communicable disease liability, or is it more silent with just COVID not added to the exclusion list?
I actually have two of the members from Alliance here that they can, if they're allowed to talk, we could actually answer those questions.
Sure. I know Dan is in the.
This is Kathy Salinas from Alliant. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So the question regarding COVID, we have a number of education carrier partners that are not excluding virus and communicable disease, which would cover COVID. So unlike the program you have now, which I think very specifically excludes it, those carriers are treating any COVID claims on the liability side like any other liability claim that a school district would face, and they are not excluding it.
Thank you. Tom, does that answer your question?
That answers my question. I'm just looking at my other question. That's it. Okay.
Questions from any other board members? Sarah, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Mr. Isaac?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Spivey?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're now into the discussion items. Item 9.01 is the presentation of super leadership profile. Ms. Dr. Connie Collins, a representative from Hanson Young and Associates, will go through the leadership profile.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see you, Dr.
Yeah, it's good to see you also after so much virtual meeting. So thank you so much for inviting me to come and share this information. This information which you will receive this evening is an executive summary. It is not the full report, which will be ready next week. We held a community forum a couple of days ago, and so in order for us to include the comments and the information from that, we'll need another week. But we'll move forward. Are we projecting this or?
Chris is in the presentation. It's a document.
There you go. Okay, very good. We can move to the next slide. From February 2nd through February 23rd, Dr. Max McGee and I spoke with more than 200, well, we held more than 200 interviews with Oak Park and River Forest stakeholders as we met with the Community Council, the Culture, Climate, and Behavior Committee, 26 focus groups, and 28 individuals. This was a highly interactive process which resulted in deep and broad stakeholder engagement. All groups were invited to share via email, engage in a telephone conversation, or through FaceTime or Google Meet. So we tried not to have any barrier for anyone who wanted to share information, even if they were not able to make it to a group. In some instances, if someone didn't show at a group that was scheduled, we rescheduled a meeting so that they could be present. So we did everything to try to include all stakeholders. In addition, a community survey was made available to parents, teachers, and certificated staff members, support staff, administrators, students, taxpayers without children in school. The survey was completed by 1,859 respondents with 1,653 individual written comments. This slide reflects the breakdown of the responses by group, so you can see what those responses look like. And as I indicated, we also had a number of written comments which came along with the interviews. Next slide. The 5 big takeaways. When we put together the leadership profile report, we look at the information from the survey as well as from all of the group as well as individual conversations that we had. So it identifies, the LPR identifies comments from all stakeholders. Well, we take note of all comments because I know that there were some individuals we met and they wanted to be sure that their information was going to be included, and it will be. However, we do take a look at those comments and what is the information that sort of rises to the top, where we have a number of people who are saying that this is important to them. While we take note of all comments, we notice that there are comments and recurring themes, which are shared significantly more often than others. These are the 5 big takeaways which were identified most often for the new superintendent. 1, effectively address issues related to equity and diversity. And I think even there were conversations earlier about equity and diversity. So that is very high on the list of what individuals and groups shared with us. Instill trust and mutual respect among disparate voices with conflicting viewpoints. So there is, they really want the next superintendent, and here again, not saying anything against the superintendent who is here now because we heard so many positive comments about Dr. Pruitt-Adams, but wanting the next person to come in and really be able to work with various groups who may think differently in order to bring some semblance of movement forward for the district. Connect with all stakeholders and communicate frequently, clearly, thoughtfully, and listen actively and deeply. So it's really important that people are heard. So there is a real need on the part of stakeholders, both internally and externally, that they have an opportunity to be heard and to share. Whether their suggestions are accepted or not, but people want to know that they were heard. Have exceptional courage, resilience, and confidence coupled with humility. It was interesting the number of times we heard individuals say, using different words, but the message was still the same, that this is going to require someone who is courageous, someone who is resilient, and someone who is confident. But yet they didn't leave out the fact that with all of that, they want someone who is humble. So that was important. First, understand both the history and current conditions of the community, and then build relationships, create collaborative consensus, and move the district forward with a shared, aspirational, and achievable vision. So it was really important to hear people say that the history of the district and of the community is very important, and that whoever comes in needs to understand what Oak Park and River Forest are about, as well as the school, so that they can be effective in addressing and taking all of that information into consideration as they move forward. If you could take a look at the next slide, please. Focus group, as I indicated, we met with focus groups and there was a survey. With the focus groups, we also asked that they identify the strengths of the community and of the district. So the focus group, these individuals indicated that what rose to the top, a rich tradition and an earned reputation for welcoming diverse community members, extensive community support with highly educated, engaged parents, high-quality academic options and extracurricular activities for all students, excellent teachers, support staff, and administrators, long-term multi-phase facility plan. So those were areas were identified. And some of them, even though they may be strengths, sometimes they will also appear as challenges. Moving on, the survey. Those who completed the survey identified district strengths similar to those identified in the focus groups. The top 5 were the overall quality of education in the district, high standards for student performance, the district employs effective teachers and staff members, and we heard that over and over again. College and career readiness of graduates, and the district is working successfully to help students feel welcome, a connection, and a sense of belonging here at the high school. Next slide. The next slide, which has to do with the percentage of positive responses. We could pull that one up.
You know, if I could indulge the board and get about 45 seconds to a minute, I might be able to improve the quality of the slides coming up on time. Sure. Thank you. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. There were 18 areas that are listed here on this chart, and this shows you who responded to the survey, and these were the groups: the parents, the teachers, support, admin, as I mentioned earlier. The first 9 questions are in bold print, and they're italicized, and they asked the respondents to rate the question as positive, which means excellent and good, or negative, which is a rating of average and poor. So that's what was answered the first 9 statements. The final 9 questions, 10 through 18, positive responses were rated as strongly agree or agree, and negative responses were rated as disagree or strongly disagree. So those were the options that were given for responding to these questions. Next slide. What you see here is the ratio of positive to negative responses is 5 to 1, and that would be in the green. So where we see any of the green slots, that's what it's telling us, is that there was a large percentage of positive responses there. The red indicates that negative responses were greater or equal to the positive responses. So when we take a look at really one area that stands out, that would be the district's effectiveness in meeting the needs of historically underrepresented. And you can see that a large part for most groups is red going all the way across. And then you can also see that when you take a look at the district employees, effective teachers and staff members, that is totally green all the way across from all of the groups that were represented. So those are some examples of what this chart represents. And if we go to the next slide, under the focus group interviews, challenges, and issues. Unpacking, every district has strengths, but every district also has challenges and issues, which a community and school district face. We usually find that we receive a large number of comments in this area, and the OPRF community was not an exception here. This slide, these are some of the recurring issues identified during the focus groups. The first being that unpacking and tackling the perception and/or reality of declining academic rigor and excellence. We heard a number of people comment on concerns in this area. I think even when I listened to the candidates for village trustee the other day, I heard some of this coming up at that time. Addressing the needs of under-resourced, traditionally underrepresented, and marginalized students and families. So here again, we've talked about, and we know that that has been a concern, the equity, and just taking a look at disparities within the district has been something that you have focused on. Ensuring that all students are included, engaged, and have the opportunities and access that is needed to succeed. And it was interesting as we listened to some parents and what they said and how they felt their students' needs were being met. And there were a lot of positive and strong comments, but then there were some individuals who had some concerns about whether or not their needs were being met. Making important decisions, move steadfastly forward and moving on from the documentary, the pool, and divisive politics. We heard a lot about this. The documentary, I'm sure you know, is still something that people are talking about, and it's sort of, I know the district has moved beyond a number of areas that were included in the documentary, and as someone said to me, that was only one side of the story, but yet it's something that's out there, and people are commenting on it. Then the pool is another area, and then the politics. And politics continue to be mentioned over and over. Navigating internal and external politics of the hyper-engaged and unifying stakeholders along a common vision. As one participant said, we are a demanding population. So many of the positives that were mentioned as far as the parents being engaged and involved, there were the use of the term hyper-engaged also came up, and just how that impacts what happens here within the district. We could go to the next slide, please. Top challenges and issues. This slide represents those issues from the survey. Meeting the needs of historically underrepresented minority students and special education students. We're starting to see some things that continue to come up over and over. Understanding and addressing the different perceptions between parents and staff regarding the district's effectiveness in meeting student needs. We found that the staff's perceptions were a lot more positive than those of the parents in the community. Improving the quality of communication, especially with students, staff, and taxpayers without students in school. That definitely is a challenge, and even though, you know, I don't know any district where people don't believe that you could do a better job of communicating. And this district is no exception. So even though we are communicating internally and externally, there is still a desire on the part of community members and internal stakeholders that we do a better job. Engaging with stakeholders in schools and throughout the community. Next slide. This slide shows the difference in, when you take a look at the circles that are there, especially on the left side, the difference in perceptions between teachers and parents vary widely. And number 3, you'll see that effectiveness in meeting the needs of my child, that there is a difference, big difference in how they were rated between parents as well as the staff. Disability. Here again, responses are a lot more positive from staff, but not as positive from parents. Effectiveness, number 5, effectiveness in meeting the needs of English language learners. The same thing is occurring there. Number 6, effectiveness in meeting the needs of exceptionally talented students. And you can see with number 6 that we have 70 for the parents and 89 for the teachers as to how that was scored. Number 15, district engages parents as partners to improve the school system. And with number 15, you can see a difference of 73 versus 90, where the community members gave it a 73, the parents that is, and the teachers gave it a 90. Number 16, district is fiscally responsible. And with number 16, similar, information there as far as the numbers being apart. Number 18, recommend moving to district because of schools. And with number 18, you can see where the parents were versus where the staff was. Difference in perceptions between taxpayers without children, which is the long oblong circle that you see over there on the right. Without children, parents without taxpayers without children in schools and other groups, those without children in schools is lower in most areas. So how they rated each of these areas was lower than how they were rated by parents, by staff, etc. Move on to the next slide, please. 10 desired characteristics. We asked all of the groups and individuals, what do you believe should be the qualities of the next superintendent coming to the district? So what personal and professional characteristics should the individual have? And this is what we heard. Demonstrated successful experience in racially diverse, highly engaged community. So they want someone coming from a community similar to Oak Park River Forest. Inspirational, energetic, and passionate about ensuring excellence for every child. And we heard that a number of times, that no child should be forgotten, that all of the children, there should be a focus on their success. Demonstrates empathy, compassion, kindness, and caring for district students, staff, and the community. So that gets into what we talked about earlier, wanting someone who's compassionate, who gets to know the community as well as the students and the staff. Integrity, honesty, and transparency. Courageous, confident, thick-skinned, and we heard the term thick-skinned quite often as we were talking with individuals and groups. Just really feel that someone who comes here needs to have a thick skin in order to deal with some of the issues internally and externally. Politically savvy, but not political. Authentically collaborates and engages all voices. So really, people were feeling a need that all voices be heard. And even though a decision has to be made, and not waiting to try to please everybody, but realizing that a decision has to be made, but people do need to know that they were heard. Next slide, please. Going on, the community and the staff want someone who is visible, approachable, and relatable through involvement and being an active presence in the schools and immersive presence in the community. So that whole visibility piece, both within as well as outside of the district, and has been identified as being important. A unifier who builds strong culture of respect and trust with a positive voice and presence. Exceptionally skilled at working with school boards as a team member and at ensuring all board members understand and practice effective governance and leadership. And number 10, an extraordinary communicator who understands and has demonstrated how to communicate with and listen to an array of stakeholders. Here again, the need to be inclusive and hear from everyone, no matter what the issue may be. Next slide, please. Expectations from the survey. Understand and address the needs of our diverse population and address the opportunity and achievement gaps. This was the overall #1 consensus rating. Number two, foster by sustaining and strengthening a positive professional climate of mutual trust and respect. This was the overall consensus of the teachers, number one, and number two for support staff. I'm sorry, for teachers and support staff, it was number one, and for administrators, number two. Sustain and strengthen a culture of belonging and connection for all students and staff. Recruit, employ, and retain effective personnel. Parents rated this as number one. Lead improvement in the rigor and relevance of curriculum and instruction, and taxpayers rated this as number one. Next slide, please. The next steps, HYA will continue to work to recruit applicants, and we have applicants now, and we will continue to recruit. We will process the applications. We will conduct screening interviews and reference checks. We'll present the slate on or about March 18th to the board, schedule interviews of semifinalist candidates. At a future meeting, discuss contract and compensation, and at future meetings, determine the process for handling finalist interviews. Those were some of the questions that came up also when we were meeting with community members and staff. What will be the role of the community? What will be the role of staff in identifying the next superintendent? And the last slide, which is something that we heard a couple of days ago, and we thought it sort of summarized everything when this anonymous community member spoke. For your record, the candidate should include or ensure education of the individual child, those who need more supports to meet their potential, those who need more learning opportunities to stay engaged, and those who need social, emotional supports to access their academic abilities. We need to model what a responsible citizen looks like so our kids can all grow up to be responsible citizens, treating each other with respect, having individual needs and strengths, and knowing that that is all a part of what makes the world great. And so that concludes this executive summary of the leadership profile. Any questions?
Thank you. That was really, really interesting results. Questions from anyone who is with us virtually? Gina, Ralph, projected? Anyone who's present in real life?
I did have, I'm sorry, one question about the survey. The categories Latino and African American, I'm not sure what that represents.
There were, let me go back up to that. The Latinx, hold on, let's see. People identified which group they wanted to be associated with. So when we say, Latinx, then that is, those are individuals. Here again, we wanted to, like we looked at the African American. So if someone identified as African American, then their scores were broken out from the rest of the group, and the same thing with the Latinx. So those are the individuals, or how their responses rated each of the areas, each of the 18 areas that are listed.
So do we know what category those group they fall in? Are they parents, teachers?
It could be.
Is there a cross?
Yes, it could be cross. Yes, it's a combination. It's just that when they were asked which group they were with, and they indicated either African American or Latinx. So they could be a teacher, they could be a parent, they could be admin support. So it's giving some additional information based on ethnicity in addition to the group of parents, teachers, etc.
Is it possible because I know with the survey, you indicated what group you fell into, and that could be cross-referenced with the race demographic data? so that we know teachers versus students, taxpayers, et cetera?
We should be able to look at that. Yeah.
Okay, that, I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Craig?
Yes, thank you very much for that. A question on the go forward. So I think the profile is really informative. It's fantastic in terms of helping us, but how do you practically use it going forward? Does it inform questions? Does it inform a rating? What happens?
We will use the profile. It will be posted so that individuals who are looking at this position can take a look to see if they're a good fit for the superintendent position within this district. Then also when we are doing the screening interviews, also when we're looking at resumes and other information, then we're seeing, has the person had the experience that would set them up for success, or are they a good fit for the district? So we use it as a part of the screening process. Also, the board takes a look at which of these areas are most important and where do you want more information. We will get some information which we will bring to the board after screening. And then if you want deeper information into some of those areas, that can help to inform the questions that the board generates at round one, as well as round 2 of the interviews.
Okay, thank you.
And then we also, as we check with references, we are asking, have they had experience with these areas? Because Oak Park and River Forest has said that this is important to the community. So what experiences have and what successes and even what challenges has that person had, and have they overcome those challenges, or just how did everything end? So it helps us to gather additional information.
Any other questions or comments of board members? No? All right, thank you so much, Dr. Thompson.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The next item 9.02, is a world languages curriculum update. At the conclusion of this presentation, this is in compliance with strategic plan priority goal 2, transforming education district policy 6:40. Making the presentation tonight is Claudia Chigan, World Languages Division Head, and as well as Betsy Forley and Jessica Howell, who are teachers in that division. At the conclusion of the presentation, they will review what the team has learned throughout this entire process and the work ahead for them during the 2021 school year. Ms. Chigan.
Thank you, Dr. Pruitt-Adams. Good evening, and thank you for allowing this space to talk about our curriculum scope and sequence in world language. To begin looking at our work, I would like to share the path of our curriculum changes through my perspective and personal experience since starting my career here at OPRF back in 1997. When I first started teaching, I found the curriculum inconsistent, detached from authenticity to the language's culture, and unrelated to who I am. As a woman of color, as a heritage speaker, and as a teacher who loves her language, culture, and learning about different cultures, one of the first things I noticed was that I was teaching a curriculum guided by books. It lacked authentic material and was not equitable in our students' experiences. It was not consistent with the other languages or levels. The focus was on grammar and vocabulary. The material was dry. I think the students had difficulty relating to or finding meaning to learning a language. And I also had a hard time connecting to the curriculum at the time. And we think that as language teachers, this type of textbook-like curriculum does not produce as many language speakers as we would want. Fast forward 7 years, in 2004, I became division head, and one of the departments and my goal was to add more authenticity and relevance to the curriculum. So we wanted our students to find learning a language meaningful and have them speaking the language. So hence my team and I began looking at our language curriculum more in depth. First, in our discussions, we focused on different methodologies, and then our curriculum started to shift. We incorporated more communicative methods, such as total physical response storytelling and target language readings. With these changes, our curriculum then started to become a little bit more authentic and meaningful, but we still continued reviewing, researching better teaching practices and ways to create a better curriculum. We recognized that our freshman students begin their language study at different levels because our middle schools offer Spanish, French, and Italian. And so we thought about what would be the best way to revise our curriculum to fit all of our students. And consequently, because we want a seamless flow across all of our languages and levels, our revisions needed to start by levels and not by grade. So we started modifying our curriculum beginning with level 1. Our work was to create alignment across all languages and to provide a meaningful and useful experience with the end goal of having our students use the language in their personal and professional life beyond high school. So moving our curriculum work in our journey, in the following slides, I'm going to talk to you about our approach as we learned what we learned from our research, our evidence, our goals, our process, our products that we produced, and some student examples, and what we're learning from level 1 right now, what we are currently engaged with, and our next steps. So in slide 2, we see that we began our curriculum work with these 2 guiding questions. We asked ourselves, are our level 1 courses equitable and relevant to our students' experiences? And how can we improve our curriculum to have consistency across all our languages and our levels? Our discussions took us from modifying our methodologies to changing our curriculum by levels, starting with first year. And as we see in slide 3, the next slide, we reviewed our data, our student focus groups, and from this research, we determined that our students experience an unequal access to curriculum due to different entry levels. Students have different opportunities for authentic cultural experiences, and they might have a difficult time finding language learning meaningful and useful beyond the classroom. We believe this because our data shows that our students of color are less likely to continue their study of the language. We continued our discussions, and in slide 4, you'll see that what our research suggests. First, we noticed that there are differences in grades. Females are getting more A grades. Honors level students are also getting more A grades than students in regular level classes. And white students are getting more A grades than our Black students. And I do have some examples. We took the grade aggregate of 4 school years between 2014 and 2018. And we found, for example, in our level 1 Italian classes, 80% of our female students earned an A, while only 57% of our male students earned an A. In our regular level 1 French classes, 58.2 of our students earned an A, while 85.2 of our students in honors level earned an A. And in our Spanish classes, 72.9 of our white students earned an A, while 33% of our Black students earned A's. Then we noticed that our Black students are not continuing the language sequence or moving into level 2 honors classes at the same rate as our white students. For example, in school years between 2016 and 2018, in Spanish 1, 62 of the white students enrolled, 33 moved to honors. So that's 53% of the white students moving into the next honors level, while only 20% of our Black students in level 1 moved into the next honors level. So that's out of 45 of our Black students enrolled, only 9 went to the next honors level. And finally, with the students' focused interviews, we deduced that the students experienced unequal access and relevant opportunities to authentic cultural experiences beginning in level 1. And we also think that as a result, we believe our students of color feel discouraged to continue through the language sequence and have a more challenging time finding the why to learning the language. So we continued looking, and in slide 5, our evidence shows that students are opting to complete only the minimum for college requirement. Currently, colleges are accepting anywhere from 2 to 3 years. We do have conflicting mandated course requirements. Many of our students have to choose between other required courses or electives, and this makes it a very difficult choice for our students who are passionate about learning a second language. Our feeder schools also have language options, and they are limited to Spanish, French, and Italian. And this allows our freshman students to have different entry points. Many of them, almost all of them, enter either in level 2, 2A, 3, or 3A. And this is why we need to recreate the curriculum starting in level 1 versus different language courses our freshmen enter. We also think there's a lack of consistency among all languages. When we first started discussing this, we found an absence of common instruction. And because of this, we want our goals, our themes, our grading practices to be consistent and common across all our levels and languages. Students in our regular levels do not have as many opportunities for real life language experiences. And we think that these experiences are a part of what sparks an interest in learning a language. So these are examples of like field trips, having guest speakers come to our classrooms, community connections, and opportunities for students in leadership positions in the community to use the language. And finally, students of color may not feel represented in the curriculum, may not have that authentic connection or representation in the curriculum. So we continued our work, and we continued asking ourselves our guiding questions: how to improve our curriculum to offer an equitable, relevant, consistent, and common experience across all our languages and levels. And we centered our goals around these guiding questions. And in slide 6, we have our goals. Just as a repeat, we need to have a consistent, relevant, common experience and equitable curriculum. From many division discussions, we agree. And in order to have a consistent and equitable experience for all of our students, we need to sync level 1 in French and Spanish with the rest of our languages in the division. Continuing with our work, I'll walk you through our process in our next slide. Our team consists of 10 teachers representing our languages. Together, this group worked, looked at our curriculum and the methodology in detail, and they're still working extremely hard in modifying our curriculum. Our meetings to date have been 4 full school meetings last year, 3 this year so far. Many hours of outside the school day where the teams are researching curriculum, best practices, designing common units and assessments for level 1. They've also worked during summer hours, designing units for their levels. And we've had several presentations with our division, and our teachers have given us their feedback, and we've incorporated their input into the revisions of our curriculum. And to look at an overview and the details of our work in the following slides, 8 through 14, we'll go through how we put together our unit planning and examples of what this looks like or can look like in a classroom, in a level 1 classroom. In the next slide, our initial approach, that's what we have here. It was to establish our goals and use the backwards by design model to fully align our curriculum to our national world readiness standards for learning languages. So we started looking at our national organization, which is the American Council of Teachers of Foreign Language. And they have worked really hard along with other organizations to create what we call the World Readiness Standards for Learning Languages. And the standards focus on literacy, real world applications, 21st century skills. And together they serve as a roadmap to guide learners to communicate effectively, interact with global competence while participating, in their own community using the language. In these, there are 5 goal areas that support the standards. The 5 C's: communication, cultures, connections, comparisons, communities, and of course we have the common themes in our units, and all of these connect to the supporting goal areas. As a division, we believe that integrating these goals in our curriculum will help our students become world-ready, educated citizens and use the language in their future. A key to this alignment and creating a backwards by design unit is having common assessments. And in our next slide, we see our common integrated performance assessments. They are also known as IPAs, and our common scoring guidelines. So this format of assessing and grading has really changed since I started as a Spanish teacher. Our assessments now focus on interpretive, interpersonal, and presentational communication modes, and they are aligned with the common themes, and they connect to use authentic real-life situations across all our languages. Whereas before, the assessments were targeted more to grammar or vocabulary without unified themes in any of our languages. And similarly, our common scoring guidelines or rubrics shifted from targeting single skills to a more holistic approach, where we can now determine what the students have learned so far and how well they're meeting the standards in each of the communication modes. The cycle or the plan that we follow is in the next slide. And this is the detailed process of how we are creating our units. Our unit planning begins with common standards connected to the theme. Teams then create common formative assessments connected to each communicative mode. And during these different tasks, teachers work on scaffolding the different practice activities and provide students with specific individual feedback. And finally, from the common formative and common summative integrated performance assessments, the teams and teachers are able to analyze what the students know and use this information to adjust the unit or the instruction. In the following slides, we will see examples of what this work looks like in our classrooms, in our level 1 classrooms. we do have to keep in mind that all of our classrooms, we're focusing on the communication modes. We have the common themes, common standards, common assessments, providing that individualized feedback. We have the common rubrics, and we're integrating the real life authentic materials. In the next slide, slide 11, we have gives us an insight on what our presentational writing assessments look like. In this presentational writing example, we see that students are writing more than before when our curriculum focused more on grammar and vocabulary translating type of methods. Similarly, in the next slide, we have examples of authentic reading assessments that our students are reading and interpreting. Authentic reading materials can be, but they're not limited to, receipts, posters, children's books, etc., all in the target language. We are part of the formative cycle is also interpretive listening. And in the next slide, we can appreciate the authentic materials our level 1 students listen to. For example, this is a real commercial used in France, and a heritage speaker talking about a popular show that is also familiar to our teenagers here in the US. And finally, in our next slide, we will be able to hear what a level 1 student can produce in the target language. And our presentational interpretive speaking allows our students now with this curriculum to begin using the language a lot earlier, especially in the first quarter. In this example, this student is from last year, and she was able to produce this video halfway through the first quarter. Chris, can you click on the video so we can view it, please? That's on slide 14. The next one. That's the listening video from France. Yes, that one. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Teria, T-E-R-R-I-A. J'ai 15 ans, mon anniversaire est le 14 juin. Mon numéro de téléphone est 630-410-1042. J'habite à Oak Park. Il y a 16 personnes de ma famille. J'aime chanter et danser. Je n'aime pas lire. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Au revoir.
Thank you, Chris. So this is an example of what the students can produce, the language they can produce in right at the beginning of the school year. And speaking is one of the biggest hurdles for American students learning a language. And we think with our revisions, this is improving. Our students now have that connection to real life, authentic material, and they start talking in the language a lot sooner. As this student, I believe it was less than 6 weeks in an entry-level class, never had French before. So what have we learned from these changes? In slide 15, we see that as a team, we understand and know that our students like to begin their language learning knowing the standards and knowing what to expect in each communication mode for each of the units. Our common IPA assessments demonstrate what our students know. Our assessments connect to the standards, and both the teacher and students can see the language proficiency that they've learned throughout the different units. Students are expressing that they're motivated when they receive targeted feedback. We are bringing real world issues and themes into the language classroom. And this is allowing students to see the connection between their own lives and the language and the culture that they are studying. As a division, we think this is this work is a big commitment to all of us. And it's helping us work closely together to align our languages, to have consistency vertically, horizontally, across all our levels and our languages. We're not done with the work. Our work still continues and we're still learning. And in the next two slides, slides 16 and 17, Chris, thank you. We have a list of our current research, action research. We are continuing our work with standards-based grading. We continue our discussions and investigate ways to help our students connect the why to learning a language. And we continue to look for authentic resources and community connections. Currently, we are researching ways to incorporate culturally relevant pedagogy in our language classes and what that looks like for us. A book that's guiding us is listed in the next slide, slide 17. This is a book published by our national ACTFL organization, Words and Actions, Teaching Languages Through the Lens of Social Justice. And this book is providing us structures on how to develop culturally relevant units, how we can teach students to critically think, we can teach students the critical thinking skills using the target language. So they can learn about human rights, languages, and learn about social justice issues, both locally and globally. But, you know, we still recognize that we're still learning and continue to engage, and we will continue to engage in action research, which brings us to our next steps in the following slide. And our plan is to continue with the alignment to our standards across all languages and levels, continue incorporating common themes into our communication modes, have consistency in our courses, and make our curriculum relevant to our students. I want to emphasize that we want our students to speak the target language they are studying, and we believe these curricular changes will make it possible. To conclude the presentation, I would like to say that my team is personally connected and invested in this work. I feel very proud of their hard work on all of these revisions. And with our revised curriculum by levels, I think we're helping our students connect the why to their language study and hope that they'll use it in the future. Personally, I think this trajectory of these curricular changes allows me now to feel connected with teaching what's my first language and my culture to our students here at OPRF. So I appreciate your attention and thank you. This is us.
Board members, Jackie, I believe you have a question. I saw you come on screen. If you don't, that's okay.
I'm just being polite. Thank you.
Okay. Others? I can't see all of you, so if somebody just wants to jump in. Craig?
I do.
Tom?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was informative to me, and I'm pleased to see the standardization, the updating, the moving to cultural relevance, and I appreciate the reference to your world readiness and other common standards. couple questions I got. One is, this is focused on level one. And is level one only for, would there be upperclassmen that would also be taking level one? We've been talking about freshmen, but this would be for anyone taking level one, am I correct?
Yes, level one is an entry-level class for anyone who hasn't had experience in that target language. So it can be a sophomore, a junior starting that language.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question that's eating at me, which is, you talk about speaking a language. Is that true of Latin? I took 4 years of Latin, and I don't think I could count.
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
so
We'll do the interpretive reading for that one.
Okay. I haven't heard anybody walking around the hall speaking it.
Yeah, no. They do try. They sing in Latin sometimes in the class.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is anybody else like to go? Because I've asked a lot of things. Okay. So again, thank you also for the presentation. This Zoom room kind of thing has got me thrown. Sorry. But anyway, thank you very much for the presentation. As Tom said, I'll echo that in terms of, I believe it's a great direction for any curriculum to address these issues of consistency, authenticity, and individualized instruction. I think those are what I want to understand, because as you introduce the presentation, you talk about, and we talk about very importantly, how our new curriculum really needs to engage students of color in a different way, right? Because as you highlight, that they're not as successful in your curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
So give me the cliff notes, the short, 3 statements. What are we doing? We're doing great things with this curriculum, very supportive of it, but tell me what we're doing that allows us to address that issue of engaging students of color differently.
We are bringing in more material that is representative of the real culture in the target language that they are learning, and allowing them to, giving them an opportunity to voice their experience and their connection to the language. We want to bring in more authentic field experiences where the students can see, find meaning to the language. And that could be field trips, bringing in guest speakers, having connections with the community to use the language.
I guess I just want to make sure that we have students who aren't being as successful in our courses. And there's some reasons for that. And I just want to be sure we're addressing some of those underlying reasons here. And I think authenticity is really important here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stress that we need to understand the things we're trying to get. And I think it's not clear to me yet. But thank you. I think this is a great direction.
Okay.
But I think we have to be very aware of this point because it's really important.
Yes.
I can jump in here just really quick. Hi, my name's Jessica Howell. I'm a French teacher here. And just kind of going off what Claudia was saying, an example right now, I'm teaching a unit on African folktales, which is something that I would have never taught before, but I'm just really trying to be very cognizant of incorporating and multiple ways of access to these core standards that I have a couple students whose families actually come from Africa. And so they were we've had guest speakers where I know Betsy had, the student I have this year, she had last year, and his dad came into the class and talked about what the education system was like, where he came from when we were studying education. We try to do a lot of open-ended, like choice board type situations where I'm not saying you need to show me that you know how to do this only in this way, but here's the outcome, show me how you can get there.
in whatever way makes sense to you. So maybe it's a song or a poem or, you know, whatever it is that the student feels like they can connect to the curriculum in a less dictated modality, just for an example.
Okay, I appreciate you adding that at the top too. Thank you. Thank you both very much.
Other board members, comments or questions? Okay, I do have a question. So do we give foreign language proficiency or assessments when students are entering into the curriculum? Because if you had, for example, a native speaker who wanted to come and take French, probably wouldn't be at a level 1, I would assume. So is there a way to assess that?
So we currently do assess our students who are taking French, Spanish in our middle schools, and the students who've studied the language usually from this test usually place into level 2, 2A, 3, or 3A. For heritage speakers, we have less of the heritage speakers, and we tend to do a one-on-one, and that is part of we do an interview and a writing sample.
All right, well, thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
The next item is item 9.03, the 2020-2021 Superintendent Goals, number 2, and this item is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 1, which is Racial Equity, Priority 4, which is Facilities and Finance. If you could click on the presentation, please. The superintendent goals, the Board of Education through their goals developed 3 goals for the superintendent. The first one, which was presented at the December board meeting, was around measurable outcomes and expectations. The second goal, which we are presenting the tools tonight for discussion, are by January 31st, 2021, identify or develop 2 financial evaluation tools for implementation, first slide, the next slide, please. For implementation by June 30 of 2021 that align to the strategic plan priority 1, racial equity, priority 3, transformative leadership, priority 4, operations, facilities, and finance. The identified tools should address the following. Tool 1, identification and benchmarking of district expenditures aligned with the evidence-based funding, or EBS, and conversely, identification of those expenditures not aligned to EBS. Tool 2, which is the evaluation of the current public-facing dashboard regarding the district's capital expenditures relative to the following questions. 1, does it align to the strategic plan goal on racial equity? 2, does it align to the reimagined OPRF plan? 3, is it necessary to maintain the facilities in a safe and usable condition or is otherwise required by law? And 4, does it enhance the learning environment? This goal we're reporting on today. Our hope tonight is to, through a discussion with the Board of Education, get a clear understanding of both tools so that we can implement them in the timely manner in which the board has directed. So this is for discussion tonight. We also would like at the end of this presentation to really take a look at what the board identified as goal 3. And that is by March 15, 2021, determine a resource framework based on the EBS model that benchmarks measures to provide direction and priorities for operations, facilities, and finance, in preparation for us to present that at the, I'm sorry, Chris, I'm gonna do this right here. Hold on. Okay, there. We need to go back. I'm not on that slide yet. I'm on slide. Thank you. I was just describing the 2 tools. It is our hope at the end of this discussion to have some clarity around and to discuss with the board the potential of moving goal 3, which is the framework, up to be part of actually goal 2, where we have tool one as what you call tool EBS framework, being 2A, and then making what 2B, because they're focused on, and taking tool, what the board identified as tool 2, making that actually goal three, but we will present those. Okay, I'm gonna now turn it over, Chris, to the next slide. Mr. Dorr.
So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to try and tie the school funding to evidence-based funding best practice that enhances the students' achievement in the classroom. This is going to calculate an adequacy target for each school district based on the need of the unique student body. The greater the students' need, the higher the adequacy target. This defines the amount of local resources a school district has available, distributes funding. So districts that are further from their adequacy target, after factoring in local resources, receive greater state funding assistance. So what we're going to do with this is we're actually going to take tool one, and we're going to use the components and recommendations from the evidence-based funding model and compare that with actual OPRF data. This will help us determine if we have allocated more or less resources and dollars than recommended by the evidence-based funding. And this will be presented to the board at the June 3rd, in June, by June 30th, 2021. These are a little hard to see. These are the components. And what we do with this one is this breaks down the staff groups, and either by percentage or number of students allocated per staff group. Next slide, please. This here is another component that basically breaks down the professional development, the materials, equipment, stipends, central office, and maintenance and operations. And what this does is it has the per student dollar allocation. Next slide, please. This is the miscellaneous allocations. This one has employee benefits, it has additional support, summer school, special ed, ELL. And this will show either a percentage or a number of students of allocations.
I want to just chime in real quick. These are all a part of the evidence-based funding model, of which we will be comparing our data.
Exactly, yes. There's 29 in this component. That's the component. Next slide, please. This is actually the model or spreadsheet, and I want to thank Mr. Kosky and Board Member Kosky for actually sharing this with us. This was helpful when we were building this. This is the one that we will be using, but actually when we go to the present this to the board, this will be presented in a bar graph. It'll be much easier to see, but we'll be comparing the information, and we will also be comparing, giving the reasons of why we are either above, in line, or below what the adequacy levels are. Next slide, please.
Before we go into tool 2, please, I do want to add for the board, can you go back, Chris? As Mr. Dorr indicated, we'll be doing a comparison. This is another reason that we believe what is currently goal 3 that we would like to attack would allow us to really do an analysis of how we are allocating our resource in order to get the desired outcome. Next slide, please.
Are we going to move to tool 2?
We were going to go to tool 2. Would you rather?
Can we talk about tool 2?
Sure.
If that's all right.
That is fine.
I guess.
Could you go back, Chris?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, what would it take to, you know, to get this analysis done by April 1st so that you can incorporate it as part of the budget cycle next year?
That is our hope to do. We wanted to get some clarity tonight
Yeah.
about whether or not this is really what the board envisioned when they asked for the tool. And the second part of that, I keep going back to goal 3, because that's the resource framework. And being able to, using both of those. So we realize that we're off with the adequacy chart with regards to our spending tied to where there's the greatest need. The resource framework will also help us begin to identify how we're going to do it next year. And so it is our hope, doing some clarification tonight, that when we come back in April with the presentation, we've got all that filled in and figured out, and it becomes a part of what we use moving forward as we finish the budget.
Okay. I believe that there's going to be discussion about some of the issues that this model raises, and about, you know, what if something comes back at 120% of adequacy? What does that mean? Right? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that that's good, bad, and different. It might be what we want.
It depends on our needs.
Depends on our needs. So this has been around a long time, a couple of years almost. And, you know, we want to get going.
Absolutely.
I think next year's budget has to incorporate.
Absolutely. Any other questions on this?
Yeah, well, just comments. I support, you know, one, I think what you're talking about is linking to this. Absolutely, because my statement is we can't do goal 3 until you completed this. The intent of that is you complete and build the data, and then you sit down and you would analyze the data, and you analyze the data against your strategic plan, okay? Because we're not the state of Illinois, we're OPRF, and so what are our strategic goals? How does that align? So from a chronology standpoint, to me, we need to get this to the point where we can start talking about it versus building it.
Our hope is to leave tonight, knowing that if this is where we are, then we can move forward with doing that. And as you said, our hope was to take goal 3 and latch it onto this, and actually take what you currently have in tool 2, which is capital improvements, imagine, and make that a separate goal within itself. So you have goal 2 and goal 3. This conflicts.
That's fine. I mean, that sequentially, the chronology should be get this done, and then begin reviewing and having the dialogue about what are we learning.
And that's what we
and doing so, as Craig said, because I will tell you as a board member, if you're going to come to me and ask me about staffing needs, or I want to do this, I'm going to say, what is the picture telling us before I make a decision? So this should inform us as we begin making those decisions. So we do align, and I totally agree.
Any other questions on tool 1 before we go into tool 2?
Routine or Jackie?
No, I just want to say that this is absolutely the right direction for making those kind of long-term resource allocation decisions with some information behind them, so we could be somewhat strategic about them. And we could tie them into both what the evidence indicates actually works to enhance student achievement over time and our strategic goals, and align them both. This is just a really good format for doing that kind of long-term thinking. I think it's a great step.
We want to get back to Crosby to share this with us.
Yes.
Okay. Tool 2.
Right, so as we look at tool number 2, sorry, I lost my screen.
Your voice is really low.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, so as we look at tool number 2, as Dr. Pruitt-Adams said earlier, that of course the board has we have a public-facing dashboard that's reflective of the Illinois State report card as it aligns with finances. And as we think about the capital improvements in front of us, the goal is to really just look at how we spend funds relative to the recommended improvements. So with that, everything that we do is focused on the overarching goals of is it aligned to our racial equity goals, the Imagine Plan, and ultimately making sure that our facilities are safe and we're enhancing the learning environment. Next slide, please.
Before we go into detail about this slide, I'd like to give you the legend, very small on here so you can't really see it. The red will represent the emergency, and you see the yellow, it represents the liability risk. In the turquoise, you can see it represents the accessibility and also the items that need to be done because it's on a list. And if we don't do it, we have to have those items done as capital improvements. So
I'm sorry, Chris, did you click on the link? If you click on the document, it'll take you to the live link. I'm sorry. Go on.
So stated in the last slide, these items, you see the items in the column. The columns are the ones out in the last slide. All at the top there, stays at the top of that. Can you make that bigger?
What we'll do next time is have a device on the podium.
So we have the columns that we introduced in the last slide. Plus we also added the evidence and the recommendations onto this chart so that we could elaborate on that as well. So we start off with Dr. Amos talking about the racial equity in the first column.
And I do want to say, as Dr. Amos comes up, this is not exhaustive. It was our first go around of really trying to look at the life safety, capital improvement, and Imagine project, which all fall under the master plan.
Thank you. Yeah. So then as we, and again, before I go into detail, I just want to highlight some things as we think about, these capital improvements relative to them fitting in, or do they align with the racial equity goals? First, there's been just this concerted effort to identify and also partner with racially underrepresented businesses, as well as women-owned businesses, in addition to diverse labor pools within every one of these areas. So that's happening across the board in terms of being in alignment with our racial equity goals. From an instructional and student experience perspective, all of these improvements certainly are necessary to create and really maintain a safe learning space and facilities, and really just, again, enhance that learning environment. And then when we speak to accessibility, which would be in the turquoise section, things such as automatic doors will allow students with physical challenges, disabilities, and so forth to have greater access to our facilities. And lastly, when we get into some detail and we're looking at the improvements that have been recommended for the tennis courts as well as the south field, these improvements are certainly necessary from an instructional standpoint because the PE department uses these facilities every day, 8 periods throughout a day. But we also have to be mindful and really understanding from an extracurricular standpoint, who are what's the racial makeup in terms of teams, the tennis team, our field hockey team, also the lacrosse team, and how we are prioritizing our capital or these expenditures for these areas relative to other spaces that may be occupied by students of color. So there's something to be mindful of and thinking of going forward as we are doing capital improvements.
So going to column 2, there's a line with facility master plan. Yes, all items in this chart align with the facility master plan. They're listed within the facility master plan as well. So, for example, the capital improvements, we have the roof, which is an emergency item, which is listed in the red. For project 1, we have tennis courts, as Dr. Emmett said earlier, and the health and life safety item, which is on the chart, also in the red. That would be the sprinkler system right here on the stage right here, which is listed in our health and life safety plan. So in column number 3, is it necessary to maintain in a safe and usable condition, or is it otherwise required by law? Yes, all of the items in the list are necessary, and we also have items that's required by law listed inside of the health and life safety plan, such as the sprinkler system, as I stated above. All of the items that's listed in the health and life safety plan come from the health and life safety inspection. So by law, we have to have those items completed within a certain time frame. So those items will be listed on here as well. Within column 4, does it enhance the learning environment? Yes, because it enhances the learning environment directly and indirectly. You have items like the electrical upgrades. The electrical upgrades are behind the walls, and those are things that people normally don't see, but it makes a big impact on enhancing the learning environment. So we have the evidence.
I'm sorry, Chris, on the screen, you can't see the evidence or the recommendations. Could you scroll over some? Mr. Anderson's getting ready to speak to those 2 columns. And if you could scroll up some so they could get a little bit of a view of the yellow and the turquoise. Thank you. Hold on.
Okay, so the next column is the evidence. We will provide evidence by attaching PDF links for review. You will see that some of the items are highlighted in blue when we attach links. Those will be later available so that the board and all stakeholders could see the evidence that we have attached. And Dr. Emmons he'll elaborate on that in a second. We also have the recommendations and the next steps in the time frame, which we'll work on with the cabinet, the ADA, and other stakeholders to make sure that we're all on the same page. Dr. Emmons will elaborate on the evidence and the recommendations.
Thank you. So as you look at the evidence column, what I have in there currently is, again,
Scroll back down, Chris.
we looked at the tennis courts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr.
I know, you're good.
I just want them to be able to see it. Could you go over to the 4 column? There you go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. So when we're looking at these two live links, or they will be live in the future, these 2 are connected to both the tennis courts as well as the South. So what you have in there are just racial demographics for student participation. So we have a better understanding of what is the racial impact of prioritizing these 2 areas for capital improvements. In the next column, as far as the next steps, as far as both of these areas, there will be an opportunity to connect with the athletic director to really review this data, right, the racial demographic data, and then come up with a plan to increase participation of more diverse students of color, and so forth. And there's also an opportunity there to come up with a plan to then recruit more, or figure out ways to recruit more students of color in each of these areas. And this will also give us an opportunity to, as we look at data or racialized data in these areas, we can think of other sports clubs, activities, groups that we can look at those racial demographic breakdowns and get a better understanding of where we may want to allocate more funds in spaces that are occupied by students of color.
So our hope with this chart is to, first of all, address the questions that the board has asked us to address as it relates to health, life, safety, capital improvement, the Imagine Plan, which again falls under the entire master's facility plan. And when we realize, to show the evidence, and when we realize that there is a place where they may not align, well, then what are we going to do about it so that we're making sure? And I just want to note that there may not always be a project that will be aligned all the way across, but it is our goal to do an analyzation of each project to make sure that we have not missed any of those indicators. Next slide, Chris. You have to come out the link, I think. Next slide. There we go. And we've already discussed, and the board has agreed that we should move goal 3 up to be a part of goal 2. And we will move aggressively to make sure that we make this presentation at the April meeting so that you can see it is reflective when it's time to bring the budget forward. Next slide. I think that's it. We're now open for questions.
How about Gina, Jackie, or Ralph?
I don't have any at this time, Sarah.
No questions. I just really like the direction, and I think it's going to help us as a team make better decisions long term.
I have any questions? Thanks.
Thank you. Tom?
So, thank you. I guess as I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking about, you know, from a tool standpoint, which has to do with, you know, the overall capital management. This addresses the question of why. And it should be, and it's in a lot of detail, and it's great that it's transparent because we need to understand why are we bringing forth work. And to me, that, you know, as I think of capital work, I think of it, I mean, it's all in a staged process. We'll talk a stage gate process where the first thing is you come up with an idea and you say, we need to do this. And this is really what puts it through that filter to say, yes, this is something that as a district, we need to invest in. But that just gets it on the dance floor. What is needed with this from a financial standpoint then is, and I'm thinking that this gets it onto the table, then it's, and as we've talked about the various presentations in different ways, we need standardization to say, here are the stages that a project or a bucket of work goes through so that it's consistent and we can then follow it through and understand, you know, because the board has actions at certain steps. It's really to approve at a couple stages. And so we need that stage gate view of the dollars that link with the what. Okay?
I think so.
And I can. Yes.
So you want us to, this is kind of like a starting point, but as we begin to move forward with more projects, this is where we start and kind of step through by the time it gets to the board, having answered all of these questions, and as it relates to the dollars that are attached to it, and are they being used in an equitable manner tied to our strategic plan? Yes, no.
That's what gets it. This addresses the what work are we looking and how and why are we doing it. But then from there it becomes a process of managing that project through
in a consistent way. At that point, you said, yes, we agree that fixing the tennis courts is, check the boxes of what we do and it's part of the project. And so at that point, then there's a concept, there's conceptual design. Now it gets into all that fun stuff. And it goes from concept and then it goes to, then the board says approve it and we can monitor and see how that flows over the life cycle of that one. So that's
You
my
really
opinion.
want like a systems checker through the process.
I don't know if it's a systems checker, it's more of a stage gate process, but that it's being able, and I think we need to, I can show this better by probably drawing it out,
That
okay?
would be helpful.
I'll let Mr. Drake.
And I see.
The dollars are actually on the spreadsheet.
Oh, that was.
They're just hidden. Yes, it's just, they're so long. Yeah.
Hidden.
Yes, it's a hidden column.
It's hidden because I learned, I think it was 10 words is what you're allowed to put on a PowerPoint slide. And I think we get busted.
Yeah, we exceeded the maximum capacity. But it is there. And what we can do is, it would be helpful. I still like your diagram, but maybe if we could send to the board access so they could see the full chart, and then they could see what we have and what we don't have.
Okay, I'll add my 2 cents here. So I think Tom articulated it well, that this chart tells us whether a project is at a concept stage. I don't even need a price. At a concept stage, is this a project we want to do? Is that aligned with our plan? Is it good? That's stage 1. And then the stage he's talking about is, okay, so once we've decided the things conceptually that work, how do we get them from the concept stage to actually the bids? And different points of which the board sees and approves of, and making consistency from that concept to through the bid approval. So that's the stage gate process. But to me, there's also a piece in the middle, which is where we really struggle. And I'm thinking, can we modify this a little bit to do that? Of course, every answer to almost everything you put on here is going to be yes, but sometimes it's not going to be, it's going to be not applicable. But we have a lot of projects that are justifiable. I mean, we could list our whole list and they're all justifiable and they'll all pass this thing. So how's it helping us, right? So somehow we have to have some way of ranking these things.
We could do that.
Some way of saying, here are our parameters. And on this scale, is this a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5? In terms of its alignment, in terms of its safety and criticality. So somehow we have to be able to help make decisions about how important these things are relative to one another.
I believe that's the reason that we did the color coding, so that you could see exactly the red is the emergency, yellow is next, accessibility, and the turquoise. We did color coding in order to rank in a ranking system, so that those are the first items that we go after.
And what was your criteria for your ranking system?
Emergency items are things that need to be done within 1 or 2 years, and actually, they need to be done depending on the budget and depending on the scope of the project. So say for instance, we got roofing as a emergency, but we can't do it all at one time because they have to be in sequential order of roofing, tuck pointing, roofing. So we can't do all of them at one time. So we have to put in that order. They're all labeled as red because they cause damage to other parts of the building if not done right away.
Okay, so that's your criteria is that safety issues and sustainability of the building is really, really high, a really, really high thing in terms of a rating, and these directly relate to that.
Yes.
Right? So that's why you made them red. All I'm asking sort of you to do and maybe think about is how do I formalize that system a little bit, right? So, so what about other projects? How would you rate them on the scale of importance here? It's just some way to help us understand how we get to what's red, yellow, and green, or what's red, yellow, and whatever. As part of the tool.
What constitutes why city government versus the other?
Right. And so it's just formalizing that piece of it a little bit to help us, well, let's rank the projects in order. And, how much money do we have and where do we stop? Those are decisions we have to make at a board policy level. You guys, you're the best ones to be, from my perspective, you should be able to rank them. But you should be ranking them based on a criteria which we help you establish as to what the ranking is. So if the tool lays out the criteria, then you rank them to the tool, we look at the outcome, we make a policy decision about how much we invest. That makes sense?
It makes sense.
Yeah. So that's where this just needs to be extended. And I think maybe some places we've gone a little bit too deep right here and reached a little bit.
That's one of the reasons we wanted to discuss it tonight, but we weren't quite sure of just what was being asked for. But I think from hearing from you, from Mr. Coffey, and we're going to give Mr. Coffey drawing. I think, and it's enough people listening. We've got the architect listening. We've got director of buildings and grounds. We've got our project managers. They're all listening, so we hear this. So now there's a common thought process.
Yeah, it's just a comment. I mean, if you tell me something is critical to the sustainability of the building that needs to be done, and you make it red, there isn't a need to align it to an equity point and to try to suggest that we're doing it with different contractors. I expect you to be doing that, right? We don't need that piece of information. I mean, that column should be for how does it impact our students from my perspective, not trying to find a way to align it to equity. So my 2 cents.
Matt or Gina Jackie? Okay.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the equity column because I think that even in terms of policy, one of the things we've talked about is that external look, who are we hiring? What is our criteria? And I think that we have to be intentional about stating that we're in a place right now where that is the expectation and that it's typically what's happening, but I don't think we can not have it memorialized in a policy so that it stays front and center, that we're doing it with intention.
Thank you. So, Dr. Prudence, I just want to check in and make sure that on slide 12, you have some questions for the board, right, to discuss. I just want to make sure that you feel that we address what you
address those for.
Okay. All right. Well, I think this is a great direction. I feel like we're going to get some really good information from both of these tools, especially I really like the evidence-based funding one that Tom had. So thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you. The next item is the new board of education policy.
Pause for 1 second. Does anybody need to take a break or do you want to keep going? Want to take a break? Okay, let's do a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:11. Yeah, of course.
We're getting ready to start.
All right, I think we're about ready to go here. Chris, can you let me know when we're back on?
We're back on.
Oh, okay, great. All right, so Dr. Brown, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but we're on to policy.
Yes, the next item is new Board of Education policy. And this item is being brought forward by the Policy Evaluation and Goals Committee. And it is intended that the policy group did a review and evaluate existing policies, specifically those related to the roles and responsibilities of the Board of Education and Administration with regards to governance and accountability. The policy recommendations being presented are being presented in an effort to address Board of Education governance and expectations and moving forward to a more clear guidance and understanding for administration. And this is in compliance with Board Policy 2:240. And I don't know, Ms. Board President Spivey or Mr. Orchard, if you want me to turn it over you to go through each one, or if you want me to introduce each one. Okay, so the first policy suggestion is reporting on how the district attains our equity goals. And this is not intended for us to develop new presentations. This is still tied to the strategic plan. It's tied to the state of the district and other areas that we present on, but it's really wanted us to look forward to satisfying and making sure we are moving towards measurable, equitable outcomes. And so there are several components that we would like to request be a part of presentations, just to make sure. And if you look at this one, it is aligned to those items that are significant components for the Illinois State Report Card. For example, reducing achievement gaps by race and ethnicity or low income on standardized assessments, not limited to the SAT. The second one is relative to freshmen on track. The other is college and career readiness, students graduating in 4 years, the percent of students earning at least a three on AT exams, eliminating statistical meaningful differentials along racial, ethnic, and income lines as it relates to our discipline actions. And then all of our reporting must include disaggregate data by race, ethnicity, free and reduced lunch, IP status, and gender, contain significant data, but not limited to long-term trend data that also will allow for determination of whether we are on track to accomplish our measurable goals and outcomes.
You're pausing.
Oh, it's pausing, so
okay,
we could discuss.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so for my board colleagues, this tonight it's just for discussion. It's not intended to be any sort of action item, of course. But we wanted to get a sense of where the board is in terms of how we want to approach these policies. Policy suggestion 1 was an attempt based upon in part what I have heard, what others have heard, that we want a structured reporting out of different metrics. And so this was, Ralph did a really great job. This was our attempt at making a really clear set of expectations for the administration. So it wasn't this, it felt a little bit like we weren't being clear in what we were seeking. And so this was our attempt to kind of codify it in a way that makes it explicit. So I don't know what other board members' reactions are, but I would love to hear them. So I don't know if Jackie, Gina, or Matt, we haven't heard from, would be interested in any feedback. Ralph, of course, if you want to speak to the other side, I can do a conflict.
I'll weigh in, Sarah. I appreciate the approach with systematizing and the disaggregation of data, which is something that's I think will help. I'm still thinking through, so I would like to hear a little bit more about what the plan is for adopting policies or modifying and things like that, what our timeline is.
The board policy 2:240, I think that's the one I quoted, talks about the board's role and responsibility as it relates to the approval process of policy, but also the development of unique district-specific policies. And so our hope with moving these through would be through the standard process we use. After discussion tonight, it was our hope that we get some insight from members of the board, whether or not they think the suggested policies or policies, should some of them be procedural, should we tweak some of them, should we collapse some of them? When we met, we even talked about some of what's here could enhance some of the policies we currently already have. Then after tonight's discussion, we would bring it back to the COW meeting, at the special board meeting after the COW, or on the March 11th. We would bring it back for first read and then ask for approval at the March 25th board meeting. Did I get that timeline right, Ms. Townsend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the idea, Dr. Moore, is to, as you said, I think perfectly, is to create a system for our ability as a board to provide our oversight role in a couple of different areas, and or to gather consistent information from the administration. You'll see that throughout these suggested policies, and these really came out. Sarah and I did a lot of conversation with the administration. Out of all the discussions that I've heard on the board and Sarah's heard on the board over the last few years about things different board members wanted to see before we approved a contract, as we monitored performance, et cetera. And so we said, why not, instead of revisiting that ground all the time, create a system that really captures what the board's desire is, both from an oversight standpoint and from what it needs from a reporting standpoint to make certain decisions. So this really, to the extent any board member sees something missing or something that needs tweaked, this is very much intended to be an organic process tonight as a starting point, because the goal was to capture what this board has wanted in oversight, reporting, and information standpoint. And it really will help the board work more collaboratively with the administration. That is our hope going forward, because we all understand the same world of expectations for what is going to be reported on, what is going to be monitored, how we're going to monitor it, what we need to make certain approvals. You'll see that in later policy suggestions on contracts, et cetera. So that's what the intention is. It's to really capture what this board wants in a system. So input is both encouraged and looked forward to. There is absolutely no pride of authorship in any of this. We want it to reflect our board's intent.
Thanks, Ralph. That's helpful. What I'm wondering about is, as we've talked about this, is the fact that our reports, particularly as they pertain to kind of our academic curriculum and instruction, reporting across, whether it's across disciplines or across even our discipline data, things like that, is the use of some type of, a clearinghouse aspect of, how we're getting our data analyzed and standardized. And I don't know if that's procedural or if that comes into a policy, but some expectation of the understanding across our district of what, what needs to be included in our work, in our reports, because that has been an area of flux that sometimes it depends on the, kind of not just the time availability of different staff members, but also how well equipped they are with data analysis.
Jackie, do you have suggested language around that? Like what that might look like as part of the policy? Not to put you on the spot, I mean, obviously we can like.
Not at the moment, but it does have something to do with, we have folks that are over our research and evaluation, data component. So how we streamline that process so that there is some eye towards, reports that have to do with data analysis, that there is some look at some point from the experts, quote unquote, in our, organization.
Right. Tom?
So we're gonna go one at a time. So, first of all, thank you for doing this. I totally agree that this, with this being a chance to really clarify what it is that's needed, and as I read through it, and I'm sure more things will come as I read it again. My only suggestion with this one is I would love to see the word excellence in there somewhere, because I know the focus is on equity, but it's excellence and equity. So I don't know, that just keeps it in alignment with our plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other than that, I think we've done a great job.
Gina or Craig or Matt?
I think this is a great help, because I feel like it's addressing holistically what piecemeal has come up as concerns and questions either before or during the board meeting. So I think it's a terrific step forward. The one question I have, and I don't know the answer, but to make sure that it's actually sustainable and realistic, that we're not either duplicating effort or asking too much of somebody or some group of people, staff, et cetera. So I'm not saying we are, but just make sure. I'd rather us really make sure of that than something that's really aspirational and it's not achievable, and then we stray from it. So, but I appreciate all the effort.
So one of the things we discussed on this was we wouldn't have to create new things, but if we were, say, doing the state of the district, make sure that we hit on all of the things that are expected out of this policy. When we're doing a program review, when we're doing discipline reports, any report we do, make sure that this almost becomes like a checklist, or to make sure that these are the key components that are expected in those presentations.
Yeah, one thing, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 years ago when we started to have, every time there's an agenda item, which is part of our strategic plan in the language. That's really just a great reminder for us to really know what are we doing here. And so it's a really helpful map, and I think it's outstanding.
Craig?
I'm struggling a little bit with this issue. These almost feel like, in some ways, a set of things that we care about, that we have a conversation with the superintendent about, to be sure that are within the policies of our organization and within the procedures of our organization, these are embedded. I clearly understand why it makes a lot of sense to pull these out and say, these are the things that are important to the board, and that we've articulated them. But it's kind of like pulling out a bunch of important statements and writing a policy that sits on top of all the other policies. And I don't know that I understand why we do it, because the policy manual is 5 inches thick and nobody nobody can digest that, so that we end up doing this. So I'm struggling with like, what's the right answer? I'm not struggling with, these are the things that we can articulate as a board, that the things we really want to talk about on an ongoing basis, we really want to be embedded. But I'm struggling with making them like a policy in themselves. But other than that, I don't know what to do with them, except maybe put them in board, whatever it is that when we work with a, as a board, we have board guidelines, or I don't know what the things we go over every year.
Yeah, the board expectations.
The board expectations or whatever. So that's my only question, is where they go. So let's leave that aside and say where they go is something we got to figure out. But ultimately, I really like this section in terms of what we've written down. It's just, they're just not sort of complete in a policy kind of way. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, and that's something that we being Dr. Adams and Ralph and I, and Dr. Sanders had discussed when we met about these, was, this feels a little procedural, right? Like it feels a little like operations, but do we need to codify it in an explicit way? And so Ralph and I have inflated a yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate your point about board expectations, and that's certainly a possibility, and it's for the board to decide if that's how you want to do it. I would want to stress that this needs to be iterative, right? Like boards need to determine what they find meaningful and important from the data and ask for that to be reported. So this is not meant to be a static, none of the policies should be static, right? We should be reviewing them constantly, but this one I think would especially lend itself to like frequent review by whatever the person is.
Right. Yeah. And my another example, like you have there's one further down that talks about capital, and for my mind, that should be embedded in 460 or 420. And we should clean 420 out of the things we're not doing. I can't remember if the number is 420 or 440, but you know what I mean? We should clean it out of, but that's a huge project. Oh, it's easier to write down, here's the things that are important.
Well, but Craig, to your point, like on that, I know exactly what you're talking about. What could happen is if the board likes most of what's here with whatever tweaking, then we would go look at the extant policy and either embed it in there and replace, obsolete language that no longer matters, et cetera. So step one is to really make sure that we did what we were trying to do, which was capture the board's concerns about a number of things and get them itemized the right way. And on the oversight of our making progress toward our equity initiative, we've talked a lot about creating a system for that, and that was backed up with reporting, and really a lot of what got included in that draft of this first policy suggestion literally came out of notes taken from board discussions. And I'm sure a lot of you see your own comments in some of the things that are in there, because there are virtually comments from every board member incorporated in here somewhere. And so that was the goal. And so step one, I think, is to say, yes, this is what we want, or we don't want this, or we should modify this one because it gets this part wrong and this part right, whatever. And then step two is figuring out where to put them in the policy.
I agree. Yeah, that's entirely. I don't want to get hung up on that.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a valid, believe me, Sarah, Dr. Pruitt Adams, Sarah and I had more than one conversation about that.
Yeah, no, that's valid. Thank you, Craig. Was there more? Sure, comment? Okay. Gina?
Yeah, thank you, Ralph, for what you just shared. That was really helpful, because that's what I was trying to determine is I could see everything that we've talked about in there. Definitely saw that. I just wasn't sure if it was an unreasonable, like it's a very large, it feels like in addition to what we already have in place, feels like another additional piece. And I did not want it to be unwieldy for the administration to continue to report all of those things out to us. It's somewhat along the lines of our racial equity policy. We have so many pieces. How do we hit the mark on each one? And how do we make, it's just so broad. So what you just explained is very helpful. because what I saw in there were definitely things that we talked about that would love to see. Would love to see that as accountability measures for sure.
Yeah.
So definitely, yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to do that.
The second one is using evidence-based practices to attain excellent and equitable educational outcomes. And it's kind of centered around when we take on new initiatives, new projects, or when we're reporting out on initiatives or projects that we running through an in-depth analysis of research that supports the initiative and our plan on how we're going to implement them back to the budget, and then report out on those and even the progress of making it happen, the particular focus and those things that are once again going to go back and help us eliminate the barriers and inequities that exist for our students across the various groups of race, ethnicity, gender, and so forth, and to report to the board on those things tied to the efficacy of our initiative.
Yep. So Ralph, I don't know if you want to chime in on this one or if we want to.
I think Dr. Pruitt-Adams did a good job summarizing once again. A lot of you should see your comments in here because this one was very much taken out of notes and trying to pull together what different board members have raised. They wanted to see a standardized practice. And it's an attempt to, once again, I think Dr. Moore used the right word, create a coherent system that once it's in place, makes everyone's life administratively and from an oversight standpoint for the board's perspective, easier going forward, because we have a clear rubric we could follow. So I emphasize no pride of authorship. So any modifications, changes, etc., anything that didn't quite capture what someone wanted to see or missed what someone wanted to see, please give us the input.
Sarah, if it's okay, I'll go.
Please.
I appreciate this one as well and see all of our concerns over the, even predating this configuration of the board. The piece I would like to see added as part of this checklist or accountability measure is something about the evaluative aspects, that when we have new initiatives that we're, the rationales being given, it's supported by data, but that there is that full circle piece where we have an evaluation of impact and whether it is working or not. It's alluded to in the course corrections piece, but I think it would be helpful for it to be clearer that we are needing to be able to assess impact.
Would that be is what you're speaking to included in the paragraph that says that the superintendent will have the appropriate member of administration utilize such evaluation tool to provide regular updates concerning the progress or lack thereof being generated by the initiative? Our reporting must be disseminated by race, ethnicity, and so forth.
No, I think, and actually, Dr. Pruitt-Adams, I think actually before that, so maybe we need to tweak the language. There's the paragraph that reads, before the board votes to approve the implementation of any such initiative, the superintendent will have the appropriate member of the administration provide the board with the evaluation tool the administration will utilize to monitor the efficacy of such initiative.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Jackie. That's helpful.
We actually saw this one maybe as enhancing policy 460.
Yeah.
A brand new policy.
All right, other comments concerning policy number 2?
Well done.
Policy number 3 is also tied to evidence-based funding And if you read through it, it talks about, at a minimum, how we will report on our expenditures and being this more. This is actually in alignment with the goals. Goal number 2, and the tools and the resource framework. And so we believe we could take this one and either make enhance the policy with probably 3, policy 4:60. If you take, try to get this right, if you take recommended policy 2, 3, and 4, we could use those to enhance 4:60 and possibly make
Yeah, no, and 460 is,
that's the policy on financing and how we spend. Right?
fund balance, okay, that's the one. Yeah, because in there, I mean, that's why I'm focusing specifically on goal. Okay, I found it. Yeah, I mean, because there are already references in 460 to, look at the 5-year projection model. So that's one tool that it references, and this is, which is a longer term view, and this is now a second tool, which is an annual view. So to me, that's where it fits very well.
Other comments from board members?
I have a specific niche on this policy 3. Just my input would be in terms of the way it's written. It says it shall be provided at the same time of the budget. And from my perspective, this should be provided prior to the budget. This is this is planning. You've got to see the picture and then you do the budget versus here it all is. That's my own 2 cents.
So this is a question that I have back for Tom and Dr. Pruitt-Adams. So what timing makes sense from both an administrative standpoint and getting it done, and Tom, from your standpoint, so that we have adequate access to it before making those budgetary decisions?
Well, we usually ask the board to approve the budget late summer. So if we had this in place, I'm looking at Cindy, maybe by March.
This here would have to be in by March, yes, because
This has to be in by March, therefore, for us to really use it to formalize the budget.
I mean, it should be used. It should be using to drive the budget. So it should be a leading thing chronologically, from my perspective. Otherwise, you're kind of getting it late. Similar to the projection model. That's kind of what's the picture look like. So then you use that for your thinking.
It wouldn't change that much, honestly, from year to year, once it's in place.
Right. I agree.
It's a framework.
Okay. Policy suggestion 4 is user-friendly capital expenditure reporting. This too could be an enhancement to the tool that we just finished discussing on how we report, specifically aligned to what you said, Mr. Isley, about the how and the why we got to this point. And then how, taking what Mr. Kowski said, how we step that out.
Yeah, if you look at the last paragraph, when I was talking about stage gate and having a view, these words capture what I was trying to say. So if I had just read this, I would have saved some. Yeah, because I think it's very well, it talks about it from talks about changes, it talks about a long-term view, and it talks about the status, which is really that staged status that I referenced. It's well, I think it's a better, clearer communication.
And anything else on that one? And then policy 5 is district compliance. And it's about really making sure that we do an annual, I think this is the one, a review of where we are with policy compliance, and not just those policies that are mandated by law, but just there's a process to annually review the policies that we have in place and our implementation of those policies, and get that information to the board either in a end-of-week notes or some type of reporting mechanism, not so much a full board presentation, but just really holding us accountable for giving the board the status updates on policy implementation beyond those for by law and those 5 years.
Any questions or comments?
And Sarah and I are going to work with the administration on identifying what all these policies are that the board really does have oversight over, and we have to know if they're being complied with. And maybe if some are just obsolete, let's just get them out of our policy book. It's that kind of idea, sort of clean up the policy book and really put the board in a position where it's confident it's actually doing its oversight responsibility on this compliance piece.
And then policy 6, approval and accountability concerning board approval of contracts and expenditures. Several years ago, the board told us there were contracts we needed to review every 5 years. This also tells us what needs to be in those specific recommendations when we bring, contracts forward, either new contracts or even contracts that are up for renewal. And the time frame when we bring those forward, and then those key pieces that need to be in there. One is the reason for selecting that vendor and how many people are in the pool, and then the evaluation of how we will utilize, as you see here, and monitor the efficacy of what's being proposed. And then if they perform those services for the district, but it's just a list, almost like an evaluation list of those things that are critical when bringing recommendations forward for either new contract or renewal of contract.
Yeah, I mean, to my mind, I think the renewals are almost more important because we need to be monitoring to make sure that the vendor is meeting our needs. So any comments or questions on this one? No? Okay, well, I really want to thank Ralph for all of the time and energy he put into this. He did a ton of work, and I'm really happy to stand next to him, but the light should frankly be shining on him for these. He did by far the yeoman's share. So thank you for that, Ralph. I feel like we have our marching orders, and we'll kind of go back and revisit these and then try to address some of the issues raised tonight. We can bring it back at Cal.
That concludes all the items for discussion. I turn it back over to you for the action item.
Sure. Okay, so we have one action item this evening, and that is contained in bid period number 6, electrical rebid. So I move to approve the total cost of bid period number 6, electrical rebid, in the amount of $7,921,000, $921,499. I got that. I butchered that. $7.9 million. And approve alternate 5 in the amount of $547,759, and alternate 6B in the amount of $515,000 to be funded from the combined construction budget balance. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, back in, you spoke about this at the committee of the whole meeting, but back on February 2nd, the public construction opened up the bids for the electrical rebid. Within that bid period, we had bid packages 18A and 18B. Those items consisted of the work within the 21 to 23 capital improvement electrical, the balance of the project 1 fire alarm, master clock, and also an intercom system, the remaining balance of the health and life safety electrical work, which came out to $7.9 million. We spoke about the alternates that we recommended, alternate number 5, the balcony extension, which is $547,759, and also alternate number 6D, which is the 8 classrooms, which is the $515,000 out of the 5 alternates. So we went back and I wanted to make a revision to the budget alignment to make it more clear and more legible and easier to follow along with by implementing totals like requested by the board. So if you scroll, if you can see the chart that we implemented, you'll see that reading from left to right, project 1, the budget was $40.2 million. This includes the increase that we had in July 9th at the special board meeting. The bids came back in at 39.7, which left us a positive variance of $455,922. This also includes the basement and also the 2020 unused capital, the 2020 unused contingency funds from last summer. The capital improvements, which the budget was $15.4 million, the bids came back in at 13.2, which left us with a positive variance of $2.2 million, which includes the $500,000 that we were approved for the ADA elevator. Now, the health and life safety, the budget was 5.2, and the bids came back in at 5.9, leaving us with a negative variance of $716,000. And once we added those budgets together, we have a positive variance of $2 million, $1.982 million. If our recommendations are accepted, which is the 6D and the 5 document extension, we have a positive budget balance inside the capital improvements of $918,974. This balance will be used for the smallest capital improvement projects and also the items listed on the accessibility report. Now, I know that there's a lot of questions that was asked about the classrooms. So I wanted to give you a more detailed analysis of, let me see if I can share my screen. It's easier to give you a visual while I talk about the classrooms. So here, these are some questions that will pop up. How many classrooms we have for project 1? We have 65 classrooms for renovation, and also 15 of them are in the new library tutoring center area in infield, which gives 80 classrooms total in project 1. In all of project 1, 38 of the 80 classrooms are identified as alternates. But if the recommendation goes in with the 8 classrooms, it'll actually be more than it'll be a total of 50 classes, as I'll show you when we get out to the bottom. 65 of the infield classrooms are 30, which is 38 of the classrooms identified in the alternates are in project 1. So 65, meaning 65 of the classrooms are all in the base, we're in the base bid. So how many classrooms do we have in the building? We have 161, but following project 1, we have 159. But we can increase that back up to 161 at a later date if we use the attendance center and OTPT and repurpose those as classrooms in a later renovation. Do we know what the usage is for each one of the classrooms? So this is a detailed breakdown of exactly what we're doing in project 1. So the first floor, We have 3 sped classrooms being renovated. The second floor, we have 6, these are base bid, the rated base bid, the blue are in the alternates. The second floor, we have 6 math classrooms being renovated, 5, and then 5 on the infield with the library and tutor center classrooms. We have 2 science labs within the library and tutor center infields. The blue is the 4 math classrooms that will be listed inside of the alternates. On the third floor, we have 8 math classrooms. We have 2 applied arts, 4 history, 2 English, 4 health. So we pulled out, for the alternates, we pulled out the 3 math, 3 history, and 6 English. On the fourth floor, we have 5 sped classrooms, 1 world languages, and the alternates of 6D is 9 English classrooms and 13 world languages classrooms. Actually, not the alternates in 6D. Alternates period, we have 9 English classrooms. 4 of them are in 6D. So you will see in 6D we have the 4 alternates of 6D, 4 alternates of the English classrooms. 13 world languages, 4 of them are in 6D. So in total, in the base B, we have 42 classrooms, and 38 classrooms separately are alternates. So if we take the 8 of them, that'll leave us with 50 classrooms being inside of Project 1, and that'll leave the 30 that'll be inside the alternate that'll be left on later date to be done. So we'll actually be doing 50 classrooms within Project 1. And also send you this, I have information for you before the meeting, so I'll actually send you this inside of the interview notes so that you have a visual of it if you look over it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'm sure people do. How about the folks who are virtual? Do you know Jack Rock?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have any questions either at this time.
Okay. All right. Matt,
First, thank you for this layout. This helps me really understand, where we're going from and to, and some possible variations on that. So thank you, Rob. So I'm trying to imagine just from the standpoint of the renovations that we will do for the classrooms to be upgraded to the 21st century, as we talked about, and then some will be left behind. And what's our projection of how long we're going to have 2 different types of classrooms in this building? I know that it's not, we don't know for sure, but a lot of uncertainty has crept in, but I'm thinking it's at least another 3 or 4 years and maybe longer. Am I out of place with that guesstimate?
At minimum, yes.
At minimum. So, I'm just trying to imagine students in the mid-20s, late 20s of this century and beyond, and the opportunity that some students will miss by not having an upgraded classroom versus others. And I'm sure we'll strive to be as equitable as possible so that as many students can benefit and so forth. But in the meantime, we've got 90 million, 100 million, whatever the figure is in the bank. That's really losing money because the construction costs don't stay flat the way our interest rate is basically 0. And so, and I understand that the context, and we just talked about policies, and so much of what I appreciate about the policy statements and desire to really appreciate some more context in the big picture. And so I know that saying 90, 100 million, there's a bigger picture, right, of pension burden that might shift to us and other phases of this project. And I'm not suggesting that we have necessarily go all the way to have them all be converted and renovated, but I feel like there's an opportunity here for us as a board to do more than an additional 8. So that's what I would want to put out there to see if there's any desire on this board for capturing more of those now, because to me it seems like we have a bird in hand. There's something, we're doing the work now, And in the next few years, let's seize that. And let's help support more students to benefit from the work. And you know what Fred Arkin said in his comments to the board tonight were persuasive to me. I served with Fred as liaison to that Imagine group that toiled for a year and a half. And it's been a year and a half since their report came forth. And so I really feel like we need to honor their work and to acknowledge that, yeah, we had other unexpected costs that came along. And some of those got etched out. 6 months ago, whenever it was, there was concern about some other elements that I advocated for keeping it, we did. So, I would urge others to really consider doing more than this. At the last meeting, I said the balcony was something that, I wasn't as, if I had to prioritize, it would be the classroom over the balcony. And I understand the balcony is a one-time opportunity in terms of the infrastructure involved. And so, to me, it's not necessarily even more, but so I'll just leave it there and just encourage other board members to consider what we can do to go beyond the recommendation into, whatever that, there's other alternates that you've laid out. And Ron, what would be your recommendation if we were to go for another alternate? Does one make more sense than another?
Actually, they do, because the alternates are set up in a way of each one has a different list. Like you have one that has several math classrooms and a history classroom. You have one that has all world languages classrooms. You have one that has it's different. Each alternate has a different variation, but the 8 that we put has a mixture of all of those classrooms to balance out the different classrooms to make sure that it was equitable. And they're making a mistake. We are implementing a large number of each one of the different types of classrooms. So we're not leaving any of the classrooms behind. So each different subject is getting a certain amount of classrooms. So we're not doing 15 of these classrooms, then only 2 of these classrooms.
So yeah, I think that's a great idea. So if we were to do, say, 10 more classrooms than we're currently looking at here, it's to spread that out among firms. That's a doable thing.
But I think we have to do another, based upon what I've seen with the other packets. It's like you said, it's either all world languages, English, math. If we did another balanced configuration, would that constitute a recalculation of an alternate? Does that make sense?
Josh, can you answer the question?
Yeah, I think one thing that's difficult to see in the numbers that are on the screen is that the number one goal of at least the first sequence of the Imagine Master Plan, if not the entire master plan, was the neighborhooding of subjects. So one thing that we presented to the board early on after we did the space utilization study to figure out how this was actually going to work and whether or not the district could move to a more efficient use of instructional space is that we're moving a mass number of rooms around from where they currently are. And so when you look at the numbers, and this is something that we presented in 2019, math seems to be getting a vast majority of renovated classrooms and even new classrooms in the infill area that's left behind by vacating the library space, tutoring, and makerspace. So it becomes extraordinarily challenging to approach project one, this first phase or I should say project one of the master plan, where you have an equitable spread amongst all the subjects, because what's far more important, or what was deemed far more important, was the neighborhooding of the subjects. And that is why, so for example, going back to math, there are far more existing classrooms that are renovated for math and new classrooms going in the infill area that are going to be math classrooms. So it's nearly impossible to separate those two things, or rather, maybe to put a better way, to combine those two things. And I don't know if any of that if that helped clarify, or if it confused things even more. But it's also something too that when we did present the space utilization study, we had all the plans and we presented those plans, and looking at each floor level, it can certainly help, and we can represent that at a committee of the whole meeting next month, if that's something that needs to be done. So again, I don't know if that helped or if that hurt, but again, it really comes back to the neighborhooding of the subjects and the equitable spread of what subjects get how many renovated classrooms is really not, it's not something that could have worked out given the number of classrooms that were identified originally as part of Project One.
And to clarify, as an understanding of what classrooms are in what alternate 6A, which is not one of the ones that was recommended, is classrooms on the second floor and third floor, split between the second floor and third floor. Classroom 6B are classrooms that are on the third floor and fourth floor, and then 6C is on the fourth floor.
Was that helpful, Matt?
No, it's me, the equity is more for our students and the subjects, and I understand that we want to spread across all, but all students take math. So whether it's one subject isn't a concern, to me, it's, we've got numbers here that would not even, be 1%. A whole block of 10 classrooms isn't even, 1% of what we have collecting 0 point some tiny number of percentage. So to me, I feel like it's penny wise, pound foolish to be cutting here at this stage when Project 2, as it comes along, the world is changing a lot. And so I don't want to put eggs in a basket that we never come. This may be an opportunity that we don't have for a while. And to me, it would just be a shame that we miss out on the core purpose of the school, academics, being compromised, in my view, needlessly. So that's all I have for now.
Reactions to Matt's comments or other comments?
I will build on his comments, which is, I would agree, from my thinking, the Imagine Master Plan is what I keep trying to anchor myself in, and the direction provided by the board of what areas we wanted improvement in, the commons, the classroom, and stuff. So, as I look at what's presented, and first of all, this alternate term drives me nuts because it's really was part of the work, and so that's one of the things that drives me nuts. And I want to make sure we stay true to what the scope of that was, or have conscious decisions to alter scope. I mean, I think there's things that have been done that weren't in the original scope that get under my nails. Okay, so as I look at what's in front of us, I would echo with Matt. I do want to see that we need to see the continuation of the work that was outlined to get done before we start thinking about other things that are nice, that are opportunistic. So I'm not inclined to support the balcony as something that wasn't part of what was that work. And when we have things that we still need to do that were part of that core, even if it's opportunistic, because it's no different at my house. If I can always add something because it's cheap to do it now, but I have to take care of what I want to do. So I want to stay true to the original priorities, unless we have a conscious decision to say this is a different direction for our master plan. So my response is I'm not in support of the balcony over the other in
alternatives, but, and then when we do them is a different question, but they need to be part of the discussion.
Thank you. Others? Okay.
Down to me. I want to talk about the balcony for a second. I think the balcony is a nice addition. I really think it is a nice collaborative space. As Jackie pointed out to me, it's kind of an important space from an equity standpoint. However, you know, the whole Imagine plan was based on the same concept. Really, the whole Imagine plan was based on driving equity. The whole Imagine plan was based on driving additional space. And so we've invested a lot in that. In fact, not even in the Imagine plan that we came up with and added, I believe, in my opinion, we added the learning stair. We added additional things in the SRC that weren't part of the Imagine plan. And I'm in support of those, but we've spent millions on those. And what we can't do, in my opinion, is to just keep throwing stuff on top of that. And, you know, and while I think the space on the balcony would be nice, it's expensive. It's not cheap in terms of dollars per square foot. It's very expensive relative to other things we could be doing from an equity standpoint. It is, in my opinion, not a good way to spend that $500,000. Even though it's nice, it is not what we should be doing. We should be sticking to scope. And I can't support this request as long as it includes that.
Comments from anyone virtual? Jackie, if you're around.
I will just say that I am torn because I do appreciate the whole idea that we are trying to stay true to that master plan. But my concerns go back to I'm feeling a little strange here with how often we're saying equity and I'm not quite sure we're all even talking about the same thing. So that's my confusion, and perhaps it's being virtual when others are in the room. I'm not sure, but you know, in terms of the rationale for the extending the balcony, it had to do with the things we talked about. So if we don't do that, there's still the issue of, so what are we going to do to have those spaces that address the needs that we've talked about? And, you know, from the classroom standpoint, one of the things I heard from other board members as we've been having this discussion, and I think, Craig, you may have been the one to bring it up, had to do with, you know, this is our opportunity also to reimagine. So are we adding classrooms guided by the mode of traditional schooling, or are we adding classrooms because that's where we know we need to? And that's where I'm torn, because I'm not sure. This year with virtual learning and hybrid learning and information that's coming out about, you know, best practices, and even in terms of space utilization, are we cutting ourselves short because we're relying on information from a few years ago that didn't include the realities that we're addressing now? So while I believe we should stay true to that intent and vision, I'm not as wedded to every detail has to be there, because the world is different now. And it was this year that we've talked about an opportunity to reimagine education in a way, and our space needs are one of those. So I'm very torn with how we're looking at classrooms as the learning space that we need. That's just where I am.
Thank you. Rosatina, I don't know if you wanted to chime in. No? Okay. So I could get behind that suggestion of doing additional classroom innovations. I mean, I agree that it's a mission of the school, right? Although Jackie makes a very valid point as well. So I guess I'm trying to sort of assess where people are, because we might need to amend the motion. So I don't know if somebody wants to suggest an amendment, or if we should vote as it is now and see if it goes up or down and then try again. Thoughts?
Just some feedback, because I like some of what Jackie said, which, you know, when it comes to doing work on the additional classrooms, okay, I guess my perspective is I want them to be a priority, okay, but that doesn't mean that we need to do them today. If based on what we're seeing, there might be different tweaks in terms of how we structure those classrooms. So that's how I take what Jackie said. So, you know, as it relates to the motion on the table, if we vote on it, I said that I'm not going to support it as it's written. So
Because of balcony, right?
Because of that, yes.
Yeah.
So because of scope from that.
So, Mr. Anderson, if we were to want to amend this motion, I mean, given how this was bid, is that something that we can even do?
Sure you can.
Would we need to rebid, I guess is what I'm asking.
No.
Okay,
It's kind of a la carte, isn't it?
Yes.
okay, okay.
This actually gave us the flexibility to make the choice that you want to make.
Okay, well, why don't we do a roll call vote as it currently stands and see how we do? That seems the easiest.
Dawn?
Yeah.
Mr. Eisner?
No.
Mr. Barron?
No.
Mr. Martiri?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kowski?
No.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Spider?
I hate being in this position. I'm gonna say no.
Okay, failed.
Make a motion to amend?
Now it's a new motion.
Sure. I think it's just a brand new motion at this point.
So I'll make a motion of what I said, which is keep the balcony and add 10 classrooms. I'm not sure which alternate. I don't really have a notion, but one of those for 10 additional classrooms. Is that,
Wouldn't we need to pick an alternate, though?
yeah, whatever staff recommends. I don't have a notion of what's best.
When you say keep the balcony, are you also talking about keeping the 8 classrooms and then more classrooms?
Right. So we have about $750,000 more spent than what has been outlined for this.
Josh, do you know A, B, or C, which one was prioritized?
There is no priority as we understand it.
How about the 4th floor? I heard 4th floor earlier. It's always a fun place to go. Let's see.
Yes, the 4th floor would be 6C. You can also, Ron, if you can go back and show them what the varying price points were for where the alternates came in at for 6A, 6B, and 6C.
Oh, that's back to the original. There you go.
About 650,000.
Can you see that?
Can I say something here, or are we just not, we're in the middle of a motion, where are we at?
Yeah, we need a second. So Gail, was that motion sufficient for your?
If I'm putting down the keep the balcony, the 10 additional classrooms was 6C.
Right. Right, as is plus 6C.
Yeah.
basically. Okay, I'll second it. Tina?
Can you say what the motion is again, so I'm clear?
The motion is to approve the bids, right? The bid period number 6 electrical rebid, and alternate 5, and alternate 6D, and alternate 6C.
So all of those alternates
Correct.
we're approving.
Not all, no, it is the prior motion plus adding 6C, correct, ma'am?
Yes, 10 additional, 10 more.
Okay, the part, right, so we're keeping the balcony extension?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was, I just need that clarity. I really do, there's two things that are coming up for me right now.
Tina, if you're trying to talk to us, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Two things are coming up for me right now. One is, I think we had at some point a conversation about the utilization of that balcony extension and how many students at what times and how that space could be used. So I think I really believe that it would be a mistake to not include that right now. And I do appreciate the idea of the additional classrooms, of course, absolutely. I think that I didn't comment before because when Jackie mentioned, she actually hit the points, especially about how we do school now. And if we're thinking about how our learners learn, they learn differently. The traditional classrooms, what we know as traditional classrooms with desks and rows, as we might have experienced as students, is not conducive to the way that our students learn now. So as we're thinking about these spaces, it's really this idea of thinking more along the lines of like, what do our classrooms need to become for the ways that our current students learn? Because they do not learn what we know about brain development, social emotional development, all of those pieces impacts how our spaces of learning should be. So I just wanted to state how important I feel those pieces are. Thank you.
And Gina, just to further emphasize it, the balcony you feel better meets the needs of student learning needs.
Say that again, Sarah. I'm sorry, I didn't. I'm having trouble hearing. I'm not sure why.
Well, and it wasn't very well phrased anyway, so I'm glad I get to start over. So what you're saying though is that you feel the balcony extension better meets students' needs than just traditional classrooms.
Yes, definitely, absolutely. I'm sorry, yes. Then traditional classrooms, absolutely. Traditional classrooms do not serve the way that we know how to teach now. The way that we know is most effective for serving students. There needs to be space for small grouping. There needs to be space for movement. There needs to be space for individual work. Like what is required to teach a diverse set of learners. And by diverse, I don't just mean demographically, like by race. I'm talking also by ability. And yeah, so I do feel that's a very important piece. Thanks for clarifying, Sarah.
Thank you. Great.
My only comment is that the balcony is $570,000 for 35 students. And for $750,000, we renovate 10 classrooms. That's my opinion. It's not that it's not good, it's just not efficient use of our taxpayer dollars.
Other comments, questions?
I'm struggling a little bit with making the decision on which alternate for classroom renovations. That I don't understand how that's board work, us saying, well, the fourth floor versus the third floor, or these classrooms versus those. I'm unclear how we're picking alternates with the different price points for the same number of classrooms when there may be different need. I'm struggling with how that is a decision of the board, which alternate for which classroom should be renovated.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think part of it is just the way that it's structured. I mean, we could, I don't want to make this too complicated, but we could do something different and say, you know, we're going to allocate an additional $700,000 for classroom renovations to be decided by the administration. That might be a little bit more in keeping with staying in our lane.
Well, if it's helpful, whatever's helpful, get it done. I can withdraw my order, but these are laid out this way. And I heard Josh say, maybe Ron can amplify or correct that. Yeah, anyway.
So if I'm hearing correctly, you want to add another 10 classrooms on to the original bid, to the original recommendation. So my recommendation would be to accept the 5 and 6D and another block of classroom not to exceed 752,000, which is the highest one. And let's go back and find out which classrooms are preferred, and we can select out of those 3. And we have the funds to do A, B, or C, but we're going to do the extra 10 no matter what, as long as you.
Ron,
Yeah.
Ron, we can't change that. The bids, it needs to be a selection of one. You need to pick one of these, otherwise it would need to be rebid if we were packaging which classrooms. The varying price points that are in here are based on, a lot of the variation is based on the amount of mechanical work necessary, varies between classrooms. And so those prices are based on that package of classrooms, and we can't separate.
I think you're misunderstanding. We're still going to take one of the blocks, either A, B, or C, but we want to go back and decide A, B, or C. So if we get approved, that amount of not to exceed 752,339. That's the highest block. So that allows us to go back and find out if A, B, or C is prioritized, and we'll tell the board that the administration chose B, or the administration chose C because it's more priority. So we're not saying split up and do 5A, 5B, and 5C. We're saying either A, B, or C will be selected. We don't want to approve 650 and come back and then ask the board, oh, we chose B, so we need you to approve some more money.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So I move to amend Matt's motion to state that we will, approve the total cost of bid period number 6 and alternate number 5 and alternate 6D, and an additional $752,339 to be spent as the administration feels most appropriate among the remaining alternates.
I would say not to exceed.
Not to exceed. I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Do we want more conversation, or folks want to vote? Vote, okay, yeah.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isley,
No.
pardon?
No.
No. Mr. Martiri,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
No.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
I don't know. I'm a no.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. So the motion fails.
That's enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, Ms. Hunter. Okay. Take it back to pass. All right, so thank you.
That concludes the items, all the items on the agenda, except for the items that are in for declaration.
We also have future agenda items. I don't know if folks want to bring up future agenda items. Anyone have suggestions? We do have our ongoing list of future agenda items.
Yeah.
All right.
I do want to remind the board that from March, we have the learning community gap conversation. The order, the paper, the contract.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Is that for the
Yes.
town?
It's for the town.
Right, it's our board.
Have you ever got a copy of this? It's a link on the website.
Gail emailed it to us.
Gail, you're supposed to look at it. Pardon?
Did.
Good, thank you, Gail.
You wrote them?
Michelle Fraser.
Yeah.
I'd say this is the last one. As flowing and the book that Gina recommended,
I know.
this one is statistically,
So dense.
but that's my world.
Tom's tech. All right.
Textbook, right?
Yes, you can drive it.
Okay, thank you everyone for your time this evening, and thank you to the administration for accommodating us in person. I know it was a lot of work. Thank you, Chris, for all of the work that you put into this, as well as our staff, our buildings and grounds. So thank you, everyone. I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good night.
Don't run out the door.